Legitimate hate mail is best. And saying that, welcome to Political Trendy Radio episode 64 for the 15th of February 2016. A lot of F's in there. You can email the show at ellindamood@gmail.com. Facebook is Political Trendy Radio, obviously. Twitter is PTR666 and a lot of other things. My name is the always unpopular Ellindamood, and I'm here with...
I am Jim, and I like watching people kill children in fictional environments.
Yes. Especially throwing 5 down a pit with cannibals and then stabbing one.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget the one that was set on fire.
And then the one,
session.
The arrows to the heads.
Oh yeah, that was like my girlfriend's most epic moment. Just 2 of them.
See, I thought she had killed a lot and I hadn't killed a lot, so I had to go ahead and fulfill my child murder quota.
Mm-hmm.
I had to kill all 6 of them and the 2 guards. So this is PTR episode 62. I hope you all enjoyed the PTR FAQ. I'm not used to talking by myself for 20 minutes, so I think I did okay for an unedited, unrehearsed live stream thingy. I don't really care.
Mm-hmm. Nor do I. Though I have to state that was real nice of you just to say I was the old school metalhead, and that's all you could say about me. You could have at least plugged that I'm an asshole too, you know.
Well, yeah, but I don't want them to know. I want them to figure it out for themselves.
Oh, anyways, on with the news. An Iranian metal band called Confess is thrown in jail in Tehran for playing metal.
They're not the first ones. I've heard about this in other countries.
Mm-hmm. A lot of this happened in the Middle East. And, from what I hear, it's really fucked up whenever you hit up the fucking ISIS countries. They'll fucking behead you.
Fuck the Middle East. There's too many problems.
Camel jockeys suck. They're doing it again. Do. Sorry, meat men.
Yay.
Ranking right up there with another part of the Suck trilogy. Crippled children suck.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
And you should know. Anyways, the Iranian metal band Confess have been jailed with murky details, originally published in another article, which I'm not following at the moment because this looks pretty objective. The metal community, on behalf of the band Confess in Iran, I am making a public post in the hope that it will go viral. I have spoken many times and in depth regarding the dangers of being a metal musician from the Middle East. I would often use Confess as an example when describing the perils one would face when playing music. They are a talented band that does thrash, that risked it all to pursue their hopes and dreams of one day being able to leave their land and share their music stories with the world. Because of their heavy-handed religious rule, many countries in the Middle East view rock and metal as the devil's music. In many cases, the musicians or those who just listen to the music risk being jailed and in some cases executed for it. I've always feared that one day one of the bands I promote from there would end up in such a position. Well, that time has arrived for Nikan Sjarn Kosvari and Kosvari Arash Chemical Economy. I butchered those names to
It's okay. I couldn't have done better. I'm good with European names, but Middle Eastern or Asian, I'm just...
Yeah. So, and they're from Confess. The evening I received a message from a friend of the band who will remain unnamed to protect their identity, which is good. that I found to be alarming. According to the message, they have been jailed in their country for playing heavy metal, owning an independent record label, and for communicating with foreign radio stations. I was personally asked to help keep my hopes that we are, as brothers and sisters in metal, will rally together and bring this story to the forefront. I share this and share often. Who knows? There just may be someone in our community that is a legal expert or perhaps works in an official capacity for government who can help our brothers out. I've attempted to contact Nikon, however, and I am fearful that given what has been reported, he will be unable to reply. My fingers are crossed I will hear from him soon and that he is keeping a positive mental attitude. Below is the message exactly as I received it. From what I can tell, it was translated best to as the messenger could. Thank you all in advance for rallying for a good cause.
Yeah, that's always been. I mean, everyone talks about the metal band from Iraq, but Iraq was pretty. They weren't. You had to write a song about Saddam, and you couldn't headbang, but you could play in a metal band. You know, Iraq wasn't as bad as some of the other states.
Yeah, well, until fucking we went in
Yeah,
and did our thing, but
I mean, it wasn't great. Like I said, you had to write a pro Saddam song, and you couldn't headbang because that was similar to the Jewish prayer movement or something. Excuse me, but still, it
yeah,
wasn't. It
and he
wasn't
more or
as.
less, Saddam usually only invoked the religious shit whenever he needed public support, just like any fucking secular politician.
Well, yeah, Iraq. I guess women weren't required to wear veils, and gambling was a thing, and it was very. It was like the Western Islamic country, and then we had to go and fuck that up,
Yeah.
and that's why they escaped to America. So I hope something good happened with to that band, but I don't know.
Well, from what I heard, their music was meh, but it would have a market at least, because, closer to the fucking pop scene and with some new in it. Not my thing, but fuck it.
I
I'd
haven't
shit on the music, but,
I haven't heard it. I had what did it sound like again?
more on the pop metal side, fucking kind of heavy Metallica influence. There was a little bit of groove in it.
I'm sure it's not as bad as some other things I've heard.
Actually, no, it's not the worst I've heard of that rendition. Far from, actually. It's actually semi-listenable, but it's nothing of like real note in my opinion. Like I said, I'd shit on the music, but why bother? I mean, I figure it's got an audience and they're at least, out of that country before it went complete ape shit.
I've never heard the band Confess though.
No, I have not.
Yeah,
But we'll have to check out.
Akrasakata. Well, okay, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Confess. No, I've heard the band. I don't mind the band Akrasakata. I mean, they're not great, but they're worth a listener or whatever. If a song came on, but they're not amazing. They're far from amazing. They're groovy. If they'd incorporate a little more of that Middle Eastern influence in the actual songs and stop grooving all the time,
Yeah, that would
but
be fucking sweet.
they
But there's
crowdfunded.
also another sad thing too. It's like they were promoted for like 2 years, then no one gave a shit after that.
They had to crowdfund their first album. They just released the first album, which I've heard is a pretty meh affair. But they had to crowdfund it because no one, no label would release them because they stopped caring. They were promoted by Vice magazine, that hipster haven.
Yeah.
Have you seen the documentary? It's actually it's okay. I've read the book.
Anyways, on to the letter, which is probably going to be poorly translated at parts. Hello, hope you are doing well. I have important news for you. Nakan, and the others are arrested by the Intelligente unit of Sefaf-e Patron of Islamic Republic Iran since November 10th of 2015. And this has been they have been under arrest in Evan Perizon in Tehran, Iran. And up until they released in February 5th, 2015 on the, wow, I don't know what the fucking exchange rate is, but it's 1 billion real. Okay, $30,000 US, but still, even with the exchange rate, I don't know what the fuck cost of living is there and shit to actually know how hardcore that is.
I don't know with the I'm not good on money or anything. So, is confess spelled conventionally?
Yes, I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
CONFESS.
Yeah, I'm looking up on Metal Archives.
Okay. And all these days, they've been held in a 2A solitary confinement of the prison. The 23 and 21-year-old two members of the Iranian metal band called Confess, arrested in custody of blasphemy, advertising against the system, form and running an illegal underground band and record label in the satanic metal rock music style, writing an anti-religion and atheistic political anarchist lyrics, and interview with forbidden foreign radio stations.
You're not gonna find it on Metal. I don't think you're gonna actually find it. I don't know what it sounds like, but it's not on Metal Archive, so they usually are pretty thorough. And by that I mean like my friends' bands are on it, so good luck looking it up. They might not have anything recorded or anything because like I know a lot of those Peruvian and Chilean bands take years, like 1986, and they've just released their first album because money's tight as hell over there. Think about what it would be over there.
Mm-hmm.
Although the South American metal sound is awesome. Anyway.
During the arrestment, lead singer and the DJ of the band has been under a tough conditions and hard investigations. The current situation of the guys that they are working with their lawyers and waiting for their trial and announce of their judgment dates. Judges of the law suites. And until that, all their activities is shut down. Keep in mind that this is not the best translation, but it's what we got.
So basically, they're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even if they sound like shit, you should probably share the links and do whatever you can because, no one should be arrested for musical, unless, of course, they're Slipknot or bands I just don't like. Then they should be killed.
Yeah, I haven't heard them, so I can't even fucking judge them. So.
Yeah, but still, it
coming for where they're at, they should at least get. If they suck, I could shit on them then.
Yes.
I'm not here.
We'll check them out after the show.
Yeah, we'll do a nice long internet search. All the personal and band emails and Facebooks are under the control of the government. As it told metal and hard rock music, in one word, the extreme music in Iran is forbidden and against the law, and because it considered as a satanic genre of music, it has a harsh punishment, such as imprisonment and having lots whiplash, considering that's lashings.
No, you have to listen to the band Whiplash over and over and over again, which really I could think of worse punishments. Hey, Whiplash are good.
Yeah. Okay. And consider as political, religious, security crime, and the criminal is detony. The charges of these guys puts them in a situation that they are faced the minimum of 6 months to the maximum of 6 years of imprisonment in jail. If the court find them blasphemers, they are facing execution. The last studio album of Confess is Pursuit of Dreams, which was released in 28/10/15.
Well, we'll do a nice little internet search after this and just see what they said, because they're not on Metal Archives, which, you know, they have every fucking band. They have 67 bands from Iran. So I'm guessing they're not what we'd call metal.
Ooh,
I know it's kind of splitting hairs at this point, but you know.
I'll keep this article bookmarked because just a little bit lower there's a SoundCloud of them.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I can fucking link it to you.
Yes, you can, after telling me what they sound like. So
yeah,
you're the guinea pig.
Yeah.
And we have a bunch of articles from Friday that we didn't, or Tuesday that we didn't get around to sharing.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yep, I know. And President's Day was today, and fuck the Grammys.
The sad thing is that the promoting of this record couldn't goes well and stops undone for now. After 4 years of international success, after releasing 33 tunes at 2 full-length studio albums, 1 official EP, and 3 independent single tracks, but now the future of the 2 main man of the band is blurred, so the band as well. The reasons of this radio silence was the safety of our brothers in prison. And now we hope you guys help us to telling the world that life conditions of us is very terrible and spread the news. We are experiencing so real times and dark days, and our friends are in horrible danger. Thanks for your time. Peace. I am name withheld, a close friend, an old friend of the guys and admin of the official page of Confess. I knew you and Nikan was a friend. He really needs you by now. Share it and talk about it in the network of your radio shows and your co-workers and friends. We need your help.
Yes, and you should help. Or actually, you know what? I'm just going to have a little listen. I mean, we're still going to do this. So I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm just going to have a little bit of a listen just to see what they sound like.
Oh, you found it?
I'm doing an internet search, you dumbass.
Oh, here's a fucking page. I'll put it in one of the chats, which one you want.
I don't have the Facebook chat open, so it's on the other.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hold on a sec.
Metalcore.
Metalcore?
Apparently. I'm clicking on a video.
All right. This direct link to the video.
Fill time.
Okay, I'll fill time. So essentially, these are people that our president is nice enough to give nukes to, or at least, well, not give nukes, but, that whole fucking deal with nuclear power and all that shit and wanting to relinquish, all these things. Yeah, I don't see that being a good thing, even if they are just a shitty metalcore band. They should still
nice
have a
strumming,
platform.
shit vocals.
Okay. Nice drumming, shit vocals.
I'll just give you a video link here.
I got a video right here I can listen to.
Okay.
Which I will probably do as soon as you decide to start talking again.
I will start talking right now. I will start.
Okay.
I can fill some time for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, well, cause yeah, I'll fill some time. So, news of today. I don't know. News of fuck. My mind just went completely blank. Which it does it from every now and then. Yeah, they're not really what I'd call metal. That's the song I heard. Interesting. That's the song I heard. That's Confess from Iran. Not really metal. More like, I don't know, hardcore. I like the drumming on the one I heard, but the vocals just weren't. Yeah.
Okay.
I heard it bleeding through your speakers.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That was shit.
Yeah, that was like fucking Slipknot inspired.
Which I kind of thought when I didn't see it on Metal Archives. I mean, I don't use it as a yardstick for metal or whatever the hell you said, but at the same
I
time,
was fucking trying to fucking kick Scott in the teeth like I always do.
it's fun kicking Scott in the teeth.
Yes, he's got to learn how to bite back appropriately.
He'll never learn.
Yeah.
But usually, if it's on Metal Art, I'll at least know that it's somewhat metal. That sounds like Slipknot with worse vocals and worse production.
Well, the worst production is one. Honestly, could overlook that. It was like, nah. Okay, I could listen to it. It's not vomitous, but at the same time, I would rather listen to other shit. It wasn't so bad that my body wanted to rebel immediately.
You didn't hear the heavier song. It's called Why. The vocals were vomitous. If you can imagine, I heard the band Hatebreed.
Yeah.
Just imagine Jamie Jasta from Hatebreed, but somehow even less tuneful.
There were a few Hatebreed songs I actually kind of liked.
Hatebreed is a guilty pleasure, but I still don't think the guy can sing.
Yeah.
But no, I actually do like Hatebreed. That's actually they're good meathead hardcore music. You know, it's fun to just listen to and just go. Rah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get that
All
discography.
fucking years I've waited to erase all the memories. And so much cooler if they would have said, with a bullet to the head.
Yeah, Hatebreed was never big for me on lyrics. They're kind of they're a mixture of punk and metal, and I think they do whatever they do well. I mean, it's not my favoritist band in the world, but oh yeah, I can listen to them. They're good. But Jasta has in recent years kind of lost the ability to do whatever, and he doesn't sound very good, but the music's still decent. So I like Hatebreed though, especially the first album and the EP, Under the Knife.
So go ahead and check them out for yourself if you didn't already hear it bleeding through on my mic. Good enough.
Yeah, do that. It's what it is. Well, I mean, I don't want to influence anyone's opinion here, but my opinion is the law.
Yeah, it was kind of meh.
Yeah.
It wasn't vomitous, but it wasn't, at least the track I heard. I didn't hear your track yet, but I'm not really interested enough to do it.
It sounded...
But I still say they do deserve some support here because that's just fucked up.
It sounded like Slipknot mixed with Throwdown. Throwdown, by the way, is a hilarious band. And yes, they do deserve some support because that was fucked. Yeah, I agree. I agree on that front.
Yeah, so this is the first you're hearing of this. Fucking go ahead, find the article. I found it at what was the site? Because I changed sites already.
I don't know.
I know you don't.
And give them a listen.
UniteAsia.org was the site I got it off of.
Or just look up the band Confess Iranian on Google. Confess Iranian metal band on Google. You can find it there.
Yeah,
Give it a
share
listen.
the story, and hopefully it filters into some people that might have some weight. But
Yes,
you know, the fucking government, they're too busy kissing ass for whatever reason.
Give it a listen. You may like it, especially if you like more mainstream metal. But even if you don't, I still think you should support it. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm more willing to support bands that I love rather than bands that. But I still think they shouldn't be in jail facing execution for that.
No, it wasn't that bad.
No, no, it wasn't fucking Flyleaf or whatever that band is that I hate.
Oh, God. I don't even know. Well, anyways. Now for another story here. Band linked to neo-Nazis play secret Glasgow gig.
And it wasn't Bound for Glory, which apparently was touring Edinburgh a couple months ago. Yes, this would be, well, what band is it? And so, just so we can all have a good laugh, because I actually know this story.
The band is, well, let me just read the fucking first two sentences. A European metal act linked to neo-Nazis will make its UK debut under a veil of secrecy in Glasgow tomorrow night, which was
A couple
February
days ago.
13th. Yeah.
So, yesterday or whatever. I don't. Fuck.
Yeah. Ticket holders for the Satanic War Master.
Oh yeah, I love that fucking band, man. They did that split with Arch Goat. Oh man, it's probably one of the best black metal recordings I've heard in a long fucking time. Satanic War Master. Well, read the article, and then I'll inject my 2 cents.
We're informed about the venue by individual email after the first location pulled the plug over the act's alleged links to fascism. Rock venue Audio was originally slated to host the event when it was announced last year, but backed out after members of the public highlighted connections to the far right.
Oh boy, where do I start? As far as I know, Satanic War Master has no connections to the far right, other than listing some NSBM bands as influences.
Yeah.
And even if they do have, things in the far right, why does it matter? They don't sing about it. They sing about Satanism and wolves and fucking, whatever, war and things like that. It's they don't sing about, anything. I mean, I guess I could make an exception. It'd be kind of stupid, but I guess I could make an exception if they sing about it. But they don't.
Yeah. So
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like a couple of years ago with the UK Subs. They're a punk band. Had a band called Pressure 28, who was a skinhead band, opening for them, and everyone got all pissy about him. Well, what I've heard is that the singer was in the National Front or BNP or whatever the hell it's called now. It's called Pressure 28, not Pressure 18, but 28. The music didn't really have any Nazism in it. It was basically just kind of non-distorted punk, like not pop punk, but that old-fashioned like Ramones type punk or whatever, about standing proud or whatever. So it was whatever, but they got a lot of shit for that. But God, Satanic War Master, not. I don't think they are. I don't care if they are, but they don't sing about Nazism or whatever. They sing about what do they? Yeah.
However, we have learned that the 200 capacity concert will now take place at the city's Ivory Blacks. The location was confirmed following an investigation by Glasgow anti-fascists and through inquiries to Ticket Scotland, who initially handled sales for the event before cutting ties with it. All subsequent sales were handled by independent promoter Gigs in Glasgow, who claimed the Finnish black metal band is not racist or anti-Semitic. I will buy that because I haven't heard him sing about it, so why? Witch hunt based upon rumor. Anyway.
Here. Check the chat. That's what they sing about.
Hey, Satanism, darkness, war, vampirism, lycanthropy, werewolves and shit. Yay.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, if every song was Crush the Jew, if Jewicide was gonna play Glasgow, I could maybe make an exception. It's still stupid, but whatever. I can maybe make an exception for that. But they don't even sing about that. Why do you think Burzum is one of the most known black metal bands and one of the most loved, even though Varg is pretty much a racist? Because he doesn't sing about anything like that. By the way, speaking of NSBM, what?
Pretty much a racist. He flat out is. It's just that, you know.
Speaking of NSBM, I got the new Dark Fury album on Sunday. That's awesome. It's called "This Story Happened Before." I think it's an anti-Islam record.
Okay.
Check it out. They did one about the Catholic Church a couple of years ago, so check it out.
Oh, okay. I'll have to get into that, maybe. Yesterday, the promoter did not respond to questions posed by us, and Ivory Blacks could not be contacted through telephone, email, or social media. However, in an earlier post, Gigs in Glasgow said, "We do not support anything racially, politically motivated. Therefore, we booked the show in good faith for the black metal community. And if they were a direct racist band, then we would have never have booked it." But a member of Glasgow anti-fascists, who did not want to be named, said,
Anti-fascists, really quick, are the ones who stop Asheron shows because a former member heads up David Duke's Europe. A former member who was in the band over 20 years ago, and because they call themselves satanic fascists. Okay? Anti-fascist, anti-far, whatever. They're not your friends.
Yeah. Let's set them on fire. Anyway. If they're not fascists, they're certainly fellow travelers. They have worked with racist bands. They have shared stages with them, and they have released records on labels that only release racist records. Apparently, they don't only release racist records.
Because they don't talk about... I mean, from what I know about Satanic War Master, which isn't much, but it's more than most people. It's all about the music for them. It's all about the music. I mean, they'll list influences by bands that they like. If they're Nazis or not Nazis, or they're who they are.
Where do you draw the line? There's plenty of black metal bands who have no connection to fascist music or will not share the stages with these kinds of bands.
Yeah, I mean, Dissection pretty much refuted racism pretty eloquently. Just another product of the herd mentality. Yeah, there are plenty of black metal bands, but I don't care. I'm going to listen to good black metal. If good black metal happens to be fascist, then that's what I'm going to listen to. If I find a ultra liberal black metal band, then that's really good. I'm going to listen to that. I mean, my friends turned me on to Satanic War Master when I was like 16. Unfortunately, I wasn't really into black metal then. I was more into death metal, so I didn't really listen to them because I'm a moron, you know. And I'm waiting for you to agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a moron.
No,
So
I was just reading ahead here.
so I didn't really pay him, but I got into them because of Wolf Flare Radio. Yes, I know. Yeah. I know Wolf Flare Radio, probably NS, whatever. But like I said, they don't sing it if they say if every song was crush the Zionists or crush the whatever, then I would be like, yeah, okay, you can. I'd still listen to them, but whatever. If you don't want to, whatever. But they sing about Satanism and werewolves. What's not to love?
Satanic War Master used pagan and anti-Christian themes common to black metal, which is often associated with Northern European countries like Norway, and have been linked to National Socialist black metal NSPM subgenre.
Yes, but I've been linked to NSBM because people have seen my record collection.
Fuck. It's funny. I just remember back when I was in fucking high school and some of the kids were fucking calling me racist. Meanwhile, this is all just because a couple of my friends that they knew were fucking racists into the fucking neo-Nazi shit. Meanwhile, I had so many debates with them saying your fucking ideology is stupid. But I'm the racist for fucking telling them that them being racist was stupid.
I mean,
what the fuck?
A split that they shared with Arch Goat is a non-racist band who said that if you think that because you're white you're amazing, there's plenty of trailer trash white people out there.
Yeah, no fucking self-respecting fucking white supremacist national socialist would fucking associate with anyone that said that. Fuck. I mean, you have no idea what the fuck look, engage the fucking nationals, seek them out, engage them, debate them, see what they're really like, see what they're really coming from, and then refute their points as they come up. You will find out once in a blue moon the broken clock is right about something, even though their reasoning is completely flawed. But more often than not, you will have all the ammunition you need to refute their points just by them bringing it up and doing a quick internet search. But that's going to be fucking hard considering the way fucking some of these sites are run with their fucking safe space garbage. But if you avoid those kind of sites and actually go for true research sites, you'll be able to refute this no problem within seconds. Engage the people, refute their fucking points, get into the debate. Don't shun it. Charge straight out and fucking go at it. And don't sit there just saying, you're racist, therefore you're stupid. No, fucking just bring up the points. Argue the points. Actually use that little bit of head meat you got, you motherfucking stupid fucking idiots.
I'm now trapped on the term head meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and fuck, I was going to say something, and now I can think of. No, I agree. I mean, the whole thing about SW is look at their music, look at their lyrics. Don't look at the, whatever people say. Well, they're linked. I mean, Dark Throne was linked with NSBM. And Dark Throne said that, look, we're not political. And, Fenris has said he used to be more liberal than anything else. But yeah, I agree. Well, I don't know about Nazi band would be. But yeah, why would they share something with Arch Goat, who's basically said, yeah, Nazis are retarded?
Mm-hmm. No, fucking, you have no idea how the fucking people think and act if you haven't actually, just taken 5 minutes to look inside the mind and say, fuck, this is what they're going on about. And the best part is the whole entire fucking alienation thing, this entire no platforming thing, works in the fucking racist favor because it's rigged like a fucking cult where they fucking say the more society rejects you, the more you know you're right. That's beaten in their fucking skulls. So don't reject them. I didn't reject my racist friends. I debated them, yes, for 7 to 8 fucking years until they finally figured out, this is fucking idiotic. Yes, ding, 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 you finally figured it out.
And by the way, it also plays into the black metal favor. Now people will look into Satanic War Master, and if you're not swayed by, okay, good, some of the releases are shit quality, but a lot of them are really good. And if you're not swayed by those, then they'll probably. And by the way, this isn't a huge band. As they said, they're playing 200 seat venues or whatever, 200 capacity venues. This is a small little band. I would be surprised if the people didn't have day jobs. I think they might run their own record label. I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they had day jobs. Why not go after, I don't know, nothing? Or you just fucking... I mean, I get NS bands who are like overt about it. I'm not saying I support it. I probably wouldn't go to a overt NS show just because I'd be afraid to have my head kicked in. Not by Nazis, but by about those who are opposing the Nazis. Because most of the people who go to the shows just want to have a good time, and then they, wreck it. Plus, it'd be weird to explain to my friends why we're going to meet these swastika people. Because they don't give you the directions. They have a meeting point or whatever.
Yeah.
And then that place gets swarmed. But anyway, but they're not even overtly. I mean, fuck. I don't get it.
Singer Werewolf, real name Laurie Penettilia. I have butchered that horribly.
Good luck with that. It's Finnish.
Yeah. Has repeatedly denied espousing Nazi ideologies.
Yes, he has.
He has repeatedly denied espousing ideologies. Let me repeat that again. Singer Werewolf has repeatedly denied espousing ideologies.
Yes.
But the critics dispute this. The lyrics don't contain it. They deny it. Any fucking, oh God, unless you're fucking trying for a political position like you're fucking jack off David Duke, you fucking, oh God. If you're in the fucking extreme metal scene and you're fucking espousing these fucking beliefs, you are not gonna back down. Look at fucking Varg. He did not explain it any other fucking way than what the fuck he was. No, he did not sit there and back self saying, no, I don't espouse Nazi beliefs, or I'm not racist.
Well, he said he didn't espouse Nazi beliefs, but he said he didn't espouse Nazi beliefs because he disagreed with Nazis on like 3 different things. He's not socialist, he's not materialistic, and he likes the Slavs. But yes, he said he is a racialist, as he calls it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
He didn't back down from it. He fucking owned up to what the fuck he is. Sorry, I'm not the most familiar with Varg. I'm just going off of shit I heard. And
I've studied him for about 10 years.
Well, there you go. I'll defer to you on that.
I mean, ask Rob Darkin from Graveland, or what do you believe? He'll sound off on it for 45 minutes about how he thinks the left-wing conspiracy, and yet he's friends with the guy from Behemoth who said, agree on anything, but yet he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, and we hang out. For a while, they wanted to kill each other, or Rob wanted to kill Behemoth because Behemoth basically said Nazis. These are both 2 Polish metal bands, and Behemoth said Nazism was a load of shit, and Rob was like, traitor to the ground, kill him. But they made up, and like I said, they're friends. And Behemoth, the guy makes no apologies for being his friend. Look at all the NSBM bands I mentioned: Dark Fury, Absurd. They wouldn't deny
proudly fucking espouse it. They don't fucking deny it because they want people to know where the fuck they're coming from.
There's nothing to deny anyway, because if Werewolf denied it, he wouldn't grow his audience anyway, because he's a small little band on a small little label. I mean, if you think about, let's call Napalm Death the mainstream of the underground, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Or let's call Carcass even more mainstream, okay? There's a mainstream in the underground. And let's call bands like Dimmu Borgir. I mean, I don't want to call them mainstream because people get all pissy, so I'll call them the mainstream. Well, Dimmu Borgir is a little bit more mainstream, but they're the mainstream of the metal that's not Metallica, okay? And then there's the underground. Bands like Carcass, Napalm Death, who are the mainstream of the underground. Still fairly small bands, really. And then you get the Satanic Warmaster. Yeah, most black metal fans have heard of them, but go on Metalgate and ask who's heard of Satanic Warmaster. I bet you most people have never heard of them.
I know 13 people that know of them very well, and another 6 on there that know them in passing as myself. And that's not including myself in that number. That's just, you know.
I do hope I'm one of the 13 that knows them well.
No, I didn't count you in that number because you're on this fucking show.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
That would make it 14 and 7.
Yeah. So.
And the rest would be like, what the fuck? Other than, oh my God, they're fucking bashing this band. Well, yeah, they're fucking bashing this band for no good reason. Fucking anyone that fucking espouses these racist beliefs is damn fucking proud of them. And the only people that reward it is if they're trying to get fucking elected. And these bands aren't trying to get elected. They're trying to promote the idea. And Satanic Warmaster is not promoting that idea, neither in their music nor in their actual beliefs.
That's true, because bands like Dissection were more melodic, and I don't want to say commercial oriented, but they were a bit more melodic, but the lyrics were still extreme. You know, Satanism. John from Dissection said he wants to use Dissection as satanic propaganda, which I think is awesome on so many levels, to try to get the kids into Satanism. 3 cheers for that, huh? But anyway, he didn't tone down the lyrics. He didn't tone down the music, but he made it more melodic. It was more like melodic black and melodic death metal. So that's what they do. But okay, Saga, perfect example. Saga, that Swedish neo-Nazi singer. Her music is sometimes it's punk, sometimes it's piano and her singing. She actually has a really good voice, but her music, let's see, Goodbye David Lane, Farewell to Ian Stewart. Yes, another Ian Stewart farewell song. Songs, you know. So she's not someone who's mincing words about how she feels. She's doing it with softer music. She's a little more known than, I mean, obviously she knows she's not going to get into mainstream. There is one project that I can think of that actually did soften the lyrics, and that was are you familiar with the British National Party?
Oh God, I've seen posts from
the far-right British Party. Anyway,
yeah,
they had a project that was basically to enter the mainstream, and they made it more about white pride than anything else. Like, they had a 15-year-old girl sing about a guy who was the victim of a racist crime, a white guy who was the victim of a racist crime. You know, they did that, but that's political party mainstream shit. That's not underground extreme metal. Even if they're going to try to go more mainstream, they're not going to censor the lyrics, you know, or dumb down the lyrics, or even if they are, they're going to say, yeah, this is what we believe. But they're not going to say, no, we're not Nazis, and then fucking right. That's just stupid. And there's nothing, like I said, there's nothing to gain from Satanic Warmaster saying we're not Nazis, because their audience will be about, I mean, they're fairly known in the black metal scene, but still.
Anyways, back to the article. The act, which includes Werewolf as the only full-time member, contributed to a 2006 compilation titled Declaration of Anti-Semitic Terror, and has split releases with NSBM bands including Aryan Blood, and shared the stage with Germany's Absurd.
Yeah, okay, but Absurd kind of plays down the NS thing in their music. And I know a lot of bands who have had splits with bands like Aryan Blood or whatever. And for all I know, I mean, like I said, they had. I'll try to get that Archgo quote really quick, just so you can just finish the. I'll just. I have to. God damn it! It's a short little quote. I'm just gonna get it for you, just so you can, you know, just finish the thing.
One member of the band broke parole terms when, on release from prison for murder, he gave a Nazi salute. Meanwhile, Satanic War Master had been criticized.
That's absurd. By the way, the guy who he was released from prison and made a Nazi salute. He also escaped from prison and went to America, where William Luther Pierce, the guy who wrote the Turner Diaries, basically made safe house for him until he was caught. He's not in the band anymore, though. He runs an NSBM record shop.
Meanwhile, Satanic War Master have been criticized for songs like Gas Chamber and lyrics which include the phrase Sieg Heil and refer to torching Jewish creation.
Yes, but Watain, one of the biggest black metal bands, the first demo was called Go Fuck Your Jewish God. And by the way, who hasn't had a song called Gas Chamber? I've written a song called Gas Chamber before.
Auschwitz, the meaning of pain. The way that I want you to die. Death, immense decay.
And who hasn't said Sieg Heil to someone? Really?
Just to be a fucking asshole edgelord, or just to fucking prove a point within a fucking song, singing from fucking, I haven't heard the song. I'm gonna fucking have to look up the lyrics. It's called Gas Chamber. We'll see with this shit.
I'll look up the lyrics in a minute.
However, Werewolf denied neo-Nazi sympathies, saying, if someone becomes a Nazi just by working with or hanging around the wrong kind of people, should it not be true in all possible contexts? I could never tie Satanic War Master down with the concept of NSBM for the reasons that I have been there from 1998. It would not coincide with my conviction and thoughts I want to convey through my music. The ideology behind Satanic War Master is Satanism, and the music style is black metal. Those who claim otherwise do it on the basis of their own feelings and resentment. In a Facebook post, Giggs in Glasgow said black metal is built on controversy and compared it to old school hip hop. True. Earlier this week, they advised ticket holders to not blab too much for fear of anti-fascist supporters learning of the venue. However, the Glasgow anti-fascist source told us no protest or trouble is planned outside the gig.
Yeah, you know.
Fuck. I definitely want to fucking check out that song for fucking context. Because, I mean, it could be fucking, done for any number of reasons. Fucking fit historical narrative, then maybe. But I have a feeling it's going to be more of a historical look.
Historical? We can never do that.
Yes, we can't mention uncomfortable history. Especially while Slipknot's Corey Taylor talks combating racism in metal.
I almost have the quote for you, really quick.
Okay.
And keep in mind, what I'm giving you a quote from Archgoat, because they did a split with Satanic Lore Master last year,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's good shit from what I heard of it. I gotta give it another serious listen soon because I liked what I heard. But I was in kind of a rush that day and just had it playing in the background. It was nice. Anyway, Slipknot has dedicated itself to bringing people together, to fighting racism, to fighting hate in general since the day we started. Singer says. Slipknot's Corey Taylor opened up about racism in the metal community following Phil Anselmo's outburst at the Dime Bash this year, which I could condense to the fucking dead issue of the fucking century. And the steps in which Slipknot is taking to eradicate intolerance in their own audience. I don't ever want our fans to feel like we're judging them because of color, religion, culture, upbringing, etc. We welcome everyone. We always have and always will, Taylor told The Guardian. While Taylor didn't comment on the Anselmo situation directly because he wasn't at Dime Bash and hasn't seen video of the incident, the Slipknot singer instead tackled the broader issue of racism in metal. This is a bigger problem than what happened that night, Taylor said. Slipknot has dedicated itself to bringing people together, to fighting racism, to fighting hate in general since the day we started. I don't have time for people who judge other people by the color of their skin. If that in itself offends some of my fans, then I'm sorry, you're wrong. Taylor recognized that racism is an issue that spans all genres of music, including a small fraction of the metal community. However, the singer will continue making efforts to fight racism among his own fans. I know that there is a problem in metal, and it comes down to, at least in America, where you grow up and what that culture is passed on from. Parents, family members, friends, adults. It's a generational thing, Taylor said. I thought we were so close to phasing it out, but unfortunately I was proven wrong. So I dedicate myself to fighting it. It's across the board in music, though it's not specifically a metal thing. But it has come up in the metal community. It's risen its ugly head because of the incident we're talking about, referring to the fucking bullshit that should be dead. Anselmo has apologized for his actions. Following the incident, Anselmo's band Down was dropped from Netherlands' Florida Rock Festival, and the singer advised his Down bandmates to continue on without him. Honestly, I was expecting this to be cringeworthy, but this is actually fairly balanced. I don't smell too much bullshit coming.
That's kind of scary, actually.
What, you smell bullshit? Because I didn't.
No. Corey Taylor making sense.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, the fucking article itself is fucking skewed, but fucking his quotes aren't. So, you know. Fine, Dandy, you go ahead and combat your fucking racism. Just remember, the best way to combat it is debating the people. Learn where they come from, point, counterpoint, fucking refute everything that comes up. You know, engage them. Don't just sit there going, oh, you're racist. I ain't gonna fucking listen to you. Doubt he's gonna do that, but at least he made sense for what was fucking quoted.
It's, well, you know, I thought it was going to be one of those ranty videos that, you know, Corey and Rob Flynn make all the time.
Yeah. Oh, God. So, yay. The only cringe was from the fucking author of the article, not the fucking actual quotes. So, yeah, whatever. Not the world's biggest Slipknot fans. I like, 3 of their older songs and don't give a shit about anything else.
I don't even like those.
Oh, good, you don't.
Fuck Slipknot, dude.
Go for it.
I don't want to fuck Slipknot.
You
Slipknot.
don't want to fuck him, not with a fucking barbed wire coated, fucking drenched in fucking wax and broken glass and tar.
Yeah,
fucking
okay.
Dildo. Would you fuck him then? Is that the implement of your choice to fuck them?
Yes.
Yes, but that's purely for the music, not what was stated there.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this fucking quote, but my computer's not cooperating.
Just post a link to the fucking page.
It's not on a page, it's on a book I have.
Don't worry about it then. We'll get to that later.
I'm going to fucking do it.
Okay. Fuck.
So fuck you. The true elite is self-made.
Oh, while we're all screaming about anti-Semitism and fucking everything else, why don't we just go straight on to the safe space culture on campus? And in the safe spaces on college campuses, no Jews are allowed. Fuck! Here we go with a double standard. College students have risen up to fight racism on campuses across the country, but it is often those very same students who subject Jewish students to anti-Semitism. And I 100% believe that from what the fuck I've seen. God. Anyways. Aren't thou ready?
If I have to be. God, I really don't want to, but okay, fine.
Yes.
Fuck, I hate you so much. Oh, I know what I could do. I'm using the wrong thing. Never mind.
Yay.
Adobe Digital Editions, I guess you can't copy. Anyway, okay, continue. I have the quote now. Sorry, I'm getting it. I was using the wrong thing. I was using something where I couldn't copy and paste.
Okay.
Fuck people, man.
Yep, fuck them.
Read.
When
Oh,
Ariel...
Head in my hands.
Yeah. When Ariel Mokhtarzad there, I butchered that severely.
Can you go like 5 minutes without butchering a name?
No. I can actually get Ben Rosenberg. That's because I know the name from Grand Theft Auto. The last name, that is. When these two arrived at the University of California, Berkeley on November 6th to attend the annual Students of Color Conference, they had no way of knowing that they would be leaving as victims of anti-Semitism. The University of California Students Association, oldest and largest conference, the Students of Color Conference, has maintained a reputation for 27 years as being a safe space where students of
no such thing as safe space. If you want safe spaces, go into your homes. Go into your homes and lock your little doors. If you come out of the world into the public, you're not getting any goddamn safe spaces.
Where students of color, as well as white progressive allies, can address and discuss issues of structural and cultural inequality in college campuses. Students who attend are encouraged to be cognizant of their language while exploring topics that directly affect students from maligned communities. The school-to-prison pipeline, sexual violence, decreased funding to ethnic and LGBT studies departments, racially insensitive speech, and perhaps the most important, a disquieting trend of hate crimes on university campuses statewide.
Here we go. Finally got the fucking quote. So this is what Archgoat has to say about white supremacism.
Okay. I think that white supremacy is just as dumb as it gets, explained Ritual Butcher, guitarist for Finnish Legends Archgoat. The world is full of white trash without any kind of ideology, living their ordinary lives as valuable as dogs crap on your shoe. I see the black metal ideology as individualism, not a race thing. If the only value you find in yourself is your race rather than your achievements or beliefs, then you are standing on nothing. The whole black metal scene is full of true death and Satanism oriented non-Caucasian individuals from Greece, South America, and more who have been pioneers of this music. Now, some lowlife who is just following the path these guys made over a decade ago thinks he can question them by their origin. I've had the pleasure of being in contact with many band members from those mentioned countries, and you would not even compare them to these modern black metal scum.
So that's who they do a split with Satanic War Master. Just saying.
Yeah, if they were racist, they would not. They would rather set them on fire and then urinate in their fucking mother's mouths to drown them to death than fucking go even anywhere remotely near the same recording studio they ever used, let alone actually do a fucking split album with them. God. Oh.
I mean, yeah, but our Archgoat, they might have some Nazi black metal in their collection, so But yeah, but I completely agree. Fucking if all you can think of is your race, then you're
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to show you that quote. Just
You're proud that your parents fucked. How stupid. Anyways, it was this disquieting yet growing trend of hate speech and crimes directed towards Jewish students within the UC system that spurred the fucking Malkazadera and Rosenberg, both Jewish sophomores at UCLA, to attend the conference. Their freshman year was punctuated by incidents of anti-Semitism that were both personal and met with national controversy. Fucking cold. They were shocked during their first quarter in school when students entered the Bruin Cafe to see the phrase, "Hitler did nothing wrong," etched into the table. Months later...
That sounds like something I'd do just to fuck.
Oh, God. Yeah, it could just be random troll, but you never know these fucking students.
And by the way, you're talking about debating Nazis or whatever. I was debating someone the other day who thinks that Anders Breivik did the right thing. The guy who killed 77 people to stop the the Norwegian dude. Yeah, and he said basically he did the right thing, and I was like, wait, what? And yet I'm still talking to him, and he's like, wow, you're still like talking to me. You're not. I'm like, yeah, because I don't care. You're a moron, but
yeah. Months later, one of their friends, Rachel Beta, was temporarily denied a student government leadership based solely on her Jewish identity, an event that made news nationwide. Throughout the year, they saw the school's pro-Palestinian group, Students for Justice in Palestine, issue criticism of Israel that overstepped into anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate, which is very
I criticize Israel all the time because Israel just keeps doing horrible things. Israel's a fucking corrupt as hell country. Basically, just fucking
Yeah. I will state there is fucking two levels where you actually fucking sit there dissect actions of a government, and another things where you just blame the people.
For the people who think that Islam is the only religion that has oppressive fucking, just saying.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Where was it? The campus was supposedly to be their new home, their new safe space. So
No
why
safe spaces.
Mhm. So why didn't they feel that way?
Because safe spaces are for the weak. And you know what? If you can't take people, I have people saying that I should be euthanized because I'm blind. Do you really think I care? Seriously, someone said that, oh yeah, you should be euthanized. You're defective, and I'm just like, you should be euthanized because you're the defective here.
Yeah. Fuck.
They track people. Just yell at them. Just yell at them and tell them to fuck off. And by the way, Jewish identity is a load of shit, just like any identity.
Yeah. Even the ones I identify with.
I identify with nothing.
I identify with Metalhead.
Yeah, okay, me. Yeah, but even I think that's a load of shit sometimes.
Oh, it is a load of shit. I'll admit that.
But I still love it though.
Yeah. Anyways, one of them applied to the Students of Color Conference with the hope of learning more about the experiences of communities of color at the UC and sharing with those communities the experience of my own, she told me. And as an Iranian Jew, Iranian.
You sound like a punchline to a bad joke.
Fuck that. Oh my God, she knows real oppression then. Like if she I gotta read more just to see if she's actually. It's not just her parents came. I mean, even if it was just her parents or grandparents came from there, she heard fucking stories of some serious fucking shit.
It's better to be an Iranian Jew than some, 8th generation New Yorker,
Yeah. As an Iranian Jew, she believed her identity as both a religious and ethnic minority granted her a place to belong and thrive at the SOCC. Rosenberg, who requested a pseudonym so that he could speak freely about campus issues without fear of potential retaliation. Ken Rosenberg.
That's about as stereotypical as they get.
Yeah, especially it's the lawyer that Tommy Vercetti. Like fucking cops are fucking coming down, cease and desist. They're firing left and right, choppers flying. And the only words he always says one word to the cops: Rosenberg. In other words, speak to my lawyer. That is the only information you're getting from me.
I mean, my whole thing has always been, people say, well, you're white or whatever, but one could say I'm part of a cultural minority, and that is metalhead, and I don't fucking belong to any group. I mean, if someone, but I never wanted to, fit in any one fucking group. I don't get fitting in. I tried when I
was much, much younger, before I got into fucking metal and shit. I was like, I want to fit in. Then I got bullied and I went boo-hoo. Then I got into metal. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to start finding my own way.
I tried fitting in when I was like 12 and then again when I was like 18 because my life had took the biggest of all shits with like, my best friend dying and the group breaking up. And I was just like, fuck, maybe I need to like examine my life or whatever. I tried that. Every time I tried that, I just kept coming back to the same thing, which is just, why am I doing this? This is stupid. So I don't get fitting in or trying to find maybe finding a group, but my group has always been a loosely formed miscreant group.
That's always the fun one to have.
I mean, look at the people I talk to. My girlfriend's fucking mainstream, Anarka's just weird. Alex, I don't know. Scott's, not really a metalhead. You're fucking evil.
I'm evil in a league with cyber death.
I had to
There's a
show
story about
Eric.
cyber death I gotta fucking tell you one of these days, but we'll get to it later.
Okay, I had to show Eric in League with Satan because he was talking about how people used to see Kiss as all evil for the time. I was like, really? Evil for the time?
Yes, until they went on the Muppets.
Oh, fuck. Did
And
they
Kiss
really?
saved Christmas. I think they went on the Muppets. I know that they saved Christmas in 16 fucking TV specials. And of
And
course, you
they,
always get your fucking, religious evangelists calling anything that isn't like, 100% religious down your throat fucking evil. But,
well, there's people who call Christian rock satanic, so.
yeah. Anyways, Rosenberg said that growing up in the Bay Area had taught him to be an active member of social justice movements and progressive communities. I always encouraged to take initiative on issues and movements that didn't directly affect me, he said. I wanted to learn more about the struggles that my fellow students were going through.
Well, I did that too, but rather than fucking, being at the forefront, I slinked in the background for years sometimes. People didn't even know I was there. All of a sudden, I pop up and I know more than they do about the subject. So yeah, I get involved in things that don't directly affect me, but at the same time, it's not. I don't go into the forefront and we have to save the amoeba. I'll go into the back. Not that I would actually, but I go into the background and observe and study. People either know I'm there or don't know I'm there. Then I come out, and then I come out of the shadows, and I know more than they do about subjects. So,
That's what I used to do, and still do to an extent.
It's always good to just be silent and just watch for a while.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, but their experiences as Jewish students at SOCC would soon inspire a rude awakening. The campus progressives who were fighting for justice on college campuses for students of color weren't only ignoring anti-Semitism and attacks on Jewish identities, they were sometimes the ones perpetuating it.
I attack anyone's identity. As George Carlin once said, I love and cherish individuals. I loathe and despise the groups they belong to and identify with.
Yeah.
I'll attack anyone's identity. I mean, I'm one of the biggest critics of the atheist community. An atheist community. Everyone hold hands and all disbelieve in the same thing. No, I have some atheist friends, but I'm not going to join your atheist bus campaign or your atheist this or your. No, I mean I may just for fun, but I'm not going to be a crusader or whatever. I'm just going to do what I do, and if you do something that I like, I may join it. If you don't, then I won't. But I'm not going to cheerlead just because you're an atheist. Fuck that, I bash everyone's, even Satanism, and I love Satanism because Satanism's awesome.
Atheism is all agreeing on the validity of one sentence: there is no God.
But how you come to that? Atheism is diverse. I mean, there's everything from atheistic Satanism to people who believe that aliens did it.
Mm-hmm. And there's even spiritualism, where there is no God, but there's some sort of like force kind of thing.
Yeah. People go, well, atheists can't believe in ghosts, but all atheism means is there's no God. For all atheism means there can still be a heaven and a hell. I mean, it would be weird without a God, but it could probably happen. There's probably some atheist who's debated that, but I take everything from, and ironically, the occult groups are fine with me cherry picking what I like and don't like. It's the atheists who get butthurt. I mean, the Satanists are like, oh yeah, you take that, and you don't really whatever, because they're all about individualism. Yeah, there's groups and things like that, but they're mostly about individualism and meeting other individuals and sharing. And hey, maybe you don't always agree. That's what I like about Satanism. Satanists is sometimes you don't always agree. Sometimes you can debate. And yeah, there's groups, but I mean, even that, individualism doesn't mean you're just always alone. It just means you come to the thing yourself. You can still hang out with people, but that's why I like Satanism. Whereas atheism, they're trying to turn it more into I don't want to say religion, but more of a community, into more of a rising up against the oppressive religious people. And it's like, yeah, I would do that in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, here it's pretty much foregone conclusion that secularism's kind of a thing.
I mean, there's still people who try, and I'll still fight whenever people try to shove religion down people's throats, but it's, believe me, it's not as bad as it could be. Anyway, I just wanted to rant about that for a while.
Yeah, to regain an ounce of sanity.
Yes.
This was quickly made clear on the first day at a session called Existence is Resistance, hosted by UC San Diego's SJP chapter.
Sounds like a PETA fucking slogan.
Mm-hmm. Students discussed the boycott of Israel as an issue of urgency for students of color. Rosenberg and his friend told me that they originally had no intention to engage in dialogue about Israel at the conference, but they were horrified at how attacks on Israel soon devolved into attacks on the Jews. The session went way beyond the boundaries of what was appropriate or truthful at the SOCC, Rosenberg recalled.
Well, that's what happens when you have Islamic states or you have any...
Sorry, I really needed to...
doing that.
It's the cold.
I know, but it's disgusting. You can at least turn away from the mic, for God's sake.
Okay, fine. Do your rant, and I'll blow my nose.
No, I was just going to say, you get that with, any sort of religious-based government, dictator, whatever, is a lot of people can't make maybe they don't want to even make the leap from the, government to the religion as a whole. That's why you have people bad-mouthing atheists for communism or what, I don't know. But you're going to get that in every culture and country, and it's not going to change. And I have to itch my head.
Anyways, for example, they said Israel was poisoning the water that they sell into the West Bank and raising the price by 10 times. Any sane person knows that this is not true. They also said that when Jewish American students go on birthright trips, the Israeli government offers you money to live on a settlement. A number of things like that. Which, God, that latter one is definitely fucking disprovable, because who the fuck's got that kind of money to say, here, do this?
And also, who wants to live in Israel anyway?
Yeah, get bombed.
But I don't get birthright trips. But then again, I grew up with, well, I guess I had a culture sort of, Catholic, whatever. But I pretty much looked at whatever culture I had and said, I don't want to be I don't want any part of this. I just basically said, I want to make my own culture. So I don't get birthrights or whatever. I've always been, basically, if I could, I would just abandon my, I like some things, like I'm part German, and I think Germany's cool. I'm probably part Scandinavian, and I love Sweden, but that's more to do with just me liking shit than, I want to get in touch with my ancestors. My ancestors were not that interesting.
Also, poisoning the water. I think that would make more enemies than friends.
That'd be fun, though.
Yeah, go ask Flint, Michigan.
Yes, Flint, Michigan. That's awesome.
Rosenberg also stated that there was no mention of the Holocaust when talking about the history of Israel. They said that in the late 19th century, Jews decided to move into this land and take it over. They completely whitewashed our history as a people. The girl...
Yeah, I've seen that happen before.
Yeah. I heard that a lot with fucking neo-Nazis. Oh, God.
Yeah, I have
Fuck,
too.
I can fucking. Oh my god. And that's the fucking worst part. I debated them so neo-Nazis so much that yes, I recognize this rhetoric. It is theirs, and it's coming from the other side of the aisle now. You've gone that far off the rails. You are fucking directly quoting them. Oh my god.
That's beautiful. That is just awesome. Oh fuck.
This is how far you've got, and you wonder why people call you regressives? Oh god. Okay. And the other student whose name I'm going to butcher, was also horrified by the rhetoric used during the session. Over the course of what was probably no longer than an hour, my history was denied, the murder of my people was justified, and a movement whose sole purpose is the destruction of the Jewish homeland was glorified. That depends, but okay, I will grant you that one, because if you're not going to fucking be able to challenge them on it, it's definitely going to devolve into that.
Yeah. I'll let them slide with that one. Wasn't going to, but I'll be nice.
Yeah. Statements were made justifying the ruthless murder of innocent Israeli civilians, blatantly denying Jewish integrity in the land, and denying the Holocaust, which 6 million Jews were murdered. You're fucking denying the Holocaust. Dear fucking God. Oh.
Well, we have it worse because we're different color.
Oh, shit. Denying the Holocaust.
We just gave Jim a brain tumor.
And this is the left. I have heard this. I have debated this.
Hey, how dare you? It ain't my left, bitch.
No, this is the fucking whack job left. I recognize this. You're at least debatable, which makes you a fucking right-wing fascist slime ball in their eyes, because they have such a narrow worldview and need their safe space to maintain it.
And I don't agree with any of this.
Yeah. Denying the fucking Holocaust.
I mean, I'll grant you that other people have it bad, but that just goes well beyond what I'm willing to denying
I had to debate that so many fucking times with this one guy, and like when he finally collapsed after like 6 months on that issue, he finally agreed that there was enough proof to state that it was this, but maybe not 6 million, and all this shit. It's like, fine, that's at least, you're understanding that this is something that happened, so we'll get you the fucking but it's just and these people are supposed, and these people just got done, same kind of people just got done fucking railroading fucking Satanic War Master for being anti-Semitic and saying Sieg Heil, and you're going to deny the fucking Holocaust.
I've got to find the lyrics to Gas Chamber. I forgot.
Fuck. Denying the Holocaust where 6 million Jews were murdered. Why anyone in their right mind would accept these slanders as truths baffle me. But they did. These statements and others were met with endless snaps and cheers. I was taken aback. I would be too. I would be like, fuck! Okay. Poisoning the water. Politically, that is the worst move you can fucking do. Okay, because you're trying to fucking at least have some semblance of peace in that region where you're not getting your fucking ass suicide bombed into hell, and then you retaliate with missiles, which fucking causes more suicide bombers and RPGs to come in and fucking more missiles in there. You're trying to stop this escalation of fucking bloodshed. Poisoning the water is only going to fucking increase it 1,000,000,000-fold. And it's going to come from everywhere. If you're trying to exist as a nation in this environment, you're trying to make friends. So no, that water is not fucking poisoned.
Yep, I agree. There's nothing really for me to say because I agree. That's yeah. You're
Second
yeah.
point, with how much money Israel is dumping into defending themselves from being surrounded by countries that fucking hate them. Not just Palestine, but a bunch of other fucking countries in the area hate them and would be more than happy to wipe them off the map. So they're dumping a lot into fucking defense. They're not going to fucking give you Americans free money to set up settlements to inconvenience the Palestinians. Yes, they're going to do some fucked up shit to fucking the Palestinians. I know that they do. The government is fucked there. But they're not going to fucking blow that much fucking money on, oh my fucking God. And then I've already killed the fucking Holocaust denier shit. Oh, fuck. An ounce of logic. Get out of your fucking safe space and engage the world. See an ounce of logic. I mean, look at the things that they actually do that are fucked up, like building walls and trying to fucking encroach on lands and letting homesteaders go instead of. And it's not like fucking people moving in from other countries. It's people don't dissect it from the realistic perspective. I mean, and you're not even going to recognize that, yes, innocent Israeli civilians do die. Lots of them. I mean, the government's fucked up, but that doesn't mean the people are fucked up.
No,
we consider yourself evil and corrupt just because the American government is evil and corrupt. No.
I consider myself evil and corrupt because of something else.
Yeah, I'd rather be fucking evil.
But
I'm just.
We talked to a guy from Israel on a very, very old show.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone's going to be 100%. And there's people over there that aren't in line with their own fucking government over there. They're actually protesting their government's actions. Jews are protesting. Israeli Jews are protesting the Israeli government over there whenever they do something fucked up. Check it fucking out. God damn you motherfuckers. I mean, yes, they got the fucking whack jobs there. They're trying to whitewash everything as well. But, you know, they're much smaller, albeit more vocal, than the fucking other people who are protesting the government for things that they actually do fuck up on.
Yep.
Oh, my fucking God. Anyways.
I basically said everything I was going to say, so I have nothing to offer.
We're continuing.
Because
I just had to get that out there.
No, I'm glad you did. That needed to be said. Yeah, people. Yeah.
At a conference facilitated by peers who they believed were fighting the righteous battle against racist speech and hate crimes, Rosenberg and his friend heard anti-Semitic statements that were met with applause and approval. Statements like the state of Israel pays Jews to move to Israel to join the army and kill Palestinians. And, okay. Fuck. And you shouldn't buy Ben and Jerry's because they're Jewish and have a shop in Israel.
What the fuck? What? Wait.
What the flying fuck? This is
What?
batshit insane.
What?
Yes.
What?
This is shit that's the same fucking level of idiocy that I argued from fucking neo-Nazis for 7 fucking years of my fucking life. Before they finally caved, and you're arguing now? You're supposed to be tolerant, accepting, and all this shit. You know, the exact opposite of what these racist bastards you constantly bash are. And you're saying you shouldn't buy Ben and Jerry's because they're Jewish and have a shop in Israel. Part of the Grand Zionist conspiracy that is... Fuck!
I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless. I'm laughing because if I didn't laugh, I'd probably cry. What the fuck? That just goes way off the edge of the earth.
That's...
Oh my god.
I mean, I thought that the statement about... Because, you know, that... The statement about the fucking... State of Israel paying Jews to move to Israel to join the army might be remotely plausible if they didn't mandate service.
Well, and you've heard about the rumors about Israel that they apparently telephoned Jews in America to stay home on 9/11. Yeah.
Oh, God. Once again.
No.
7 long fucking years debating neo-Nazis on this shit, and you're pulling it. Continuing. Fuck! But perhaps the most painful and upsetting portion of SJP's presentation was the section called Intifada, peaceful uprising. No, not peaceful. It's not. It's fucking bloodlust on top of fucking genocide. Fuckers! It's the furthest thing from... Oh my god. I'm back in my fucking teens and 20s.
But
arguing neo-Nazis again!
But not debating neo-Nazis, debating...
God. But they're not fucking... You stand up against neo-Nazis. You fucking stand up against racism. But you're pulling this shit, this level...
It's, you know what, this serves as proof to every, you know, Nazi, whatever, who says, well, you know, it's us against them, and every, you know, they all agree with each other. Fuck.
Okay. The one's your name I'm gonna butcher. A proud Zionist. That's actually something you can debate, but not on the level that you're at. Fuck. You're not going to do it right at all. Oh my fucking God. Yes. Yes, there are elements of Zionism that is a problem.
Yeah. But, there are elements of everything that are problems.
Yes, but just looking at their track records...
Yeah.
Just to recap, you shouldn't buy Ben and Jerry's because they're Jewish and have a shop in Israel. On top of Intifada, peaceful uprising. No, you're not going to argue that well at all. Because you're not going to fucking educate yourself on what's actually what completely neutral, who gives a shit, and what the actual problems are, you're just gonna fly off the rails. Like fucking 7 years of my fucking life debating neo-Nazis. God! Anyways, this chick, a proud Zionist, raised her hand to protest, but it was too late. The whole room, representing a diverse cross-section of progressive activists and students of color, was holding hands, embraced in each other's support, calling out, "Free, free Palestine!"
Because Palestine hasn't done anything horrible to anyone ever. I mean, with all the shit things that Israel's done, what they make out Palestine as the guardians of everything that's sacred, and that's
fuck. Just fuck. I mean, okay, I understand. Palestinians have it tough. They also have some fucking whack job there, which they do try to clamp down on, some of them, while others fucking support. Fucking huge chaotic mess. And fucking how many times was peace negotiated? And both Israel and Palestine are fucking responsible for breaking that peace at different points, once or twice, probably even simultaneously. But you're not doing fucking objective research on this to fucking derive your conclusions. And yet you yell at people for saying Sieg Heil. Goddamn motherfuckers are stealing all their arguments. You may as well take the next logical step. They walked out. The woman's, whose name I'm going to butcher, is on the verge of tears. Rosenberg tried to reflect on what he had heard and experienced.
My brain's dead. Yeah, my brain's been murdered. I can't even form coherent sentences anymore because of this. What the?
Yet you go on neo-Nazi witch hunts with fucking bands like Satanic War Master just because they're an underground band. They're going to try to get published any way they fucking can, but shit. You fucking steal the arguments straight from the fucking people I debated in my youth, who are literal neo-Nazis, shaving their head, collecting Nazi memorabilia so they could dress up in the height of fashion. That was fuck. Listening to fucking Bound for Glory, and the Bully Boys, and a slew of other fucking Screwdriver clones. You take their arguments.
You take their arguments, but you don't take their good music.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I mean, at least play some black metal or something.
Just give NSBM a try. You might find out you agree with it more than you thought. Fuck!
Or you might find out you can't understand what the hell they're saying in the first place.
Yes, that's true, considering nations of origin.
That's why. Style. That's why. Yeah, that's why a lot of like my even people who don't listen to RAC sometimes listen to NSBM because I can't understand what they're saying. Oh fuck! Go listen to Suicide.
Okay.
That's. I think that's probably one of the best band names I've ever heard. Suicide. That's like really cool.
That's so fucking retarded that you just have to point and laugh. It is such a failure that it is spectacularly failing, and it just makes you fucking. I don't even care. It's just great to bring up because it's just that epic. Yes, go listen to Suicide. You'll enjoy it here. You see. Trust me, you will.
Dark Fury is actually a really cool name, but yeah, Jewicide. I looked it up and I was like, I have to check this out. There's no way I can't not check this out.
Just because it's just so fucking retardedly balls to the wall. It's like, okay.
There's no symbolism or anything.
Yeah.
It's not 1488. No, Jewicide. Fuck. Well, my brains. Can we have a? Oh fuck.
No, we must finish.
Can we have a happy article next, please?
Yes, we will have a few happy articles after this. This is the last one of this I'm going to do because this is fucking both of us. So hard.
Fuck.
This is on thetower.org /article / in the safe spaces on campus, no Jews allowed. Fucking just look it up. You can read it for yourself and fucking bludgeon your own skull trying to fucking comprehend this. Oh. Continuing.
Oh, no.
It was a prevailing sentiment that I felt at the conference and in the progressive community that because I am Jewish, I cannot be an activist who supports Black Lives Matter or the LGBTQZRVB community. Yes, I'm adding extra letters to that because you had to.
I never heard of this. I mean, because remember, I came from the more classical, progressive, or whatever. I never heard of this till just now, and now, wow.
So you can't support other progressive movements just because you're a Jew. When I heard that among my peers that the Jews are oppressors and murderers, how can you care about students of color on campus when they're murdering our people abroad?
What? I don't like life anymore.
You could make the argument that they're murdering people of the same skin tone as themselves because they're kind of from similar genetic stock, just had a bit of a branching of religions in the area. Brown versus brown, whatever the fuck. But what? Oh, God. How fucking stupid. I mean, you can't even argue something that's even semi-logical taking that stance. Oh, God. Midtown Boot Boys. You would love that shit. You would love it. Okay.
We need to listen. I think we need to listen to some NSBM after this.
Yes. Oh, God. It quickly dawned on me that it wasn't that they don't like us because we're pro-Israel. They don't like us because we're Jews. We were targeted. I think they also wouldn't like you because you're pro-Israel, but the fact you're Jews is icing on the cake.
It's mostly Israel because there's a lot of anti-Israel feelings among the left, and certain people who don't get other, voices heard, and people who don't read other things will, like the sheep they are. Israel bad. Israel full of Jews. Jews bad.
Yep, that's probably what's going on there. Anyways, we were targeted. It's such a shame that the SOCC solidified and supported this belief of mine. Oh, fuck.
Yes, it's pretty fucking shameful.
It was ironically in a safe space, intended to protect students from discrimination and bigotry in which their Jewish ancestors.
I'm sorry, I had to cut you off there. That's hilarious.
in which their Jewish ancestry was marginalized, ostracized, and politicized. And it was the progressive students and students of color, often themselves targets of hate, bigotry, and discrimination, who were propagators of ancient hatreds against Jewish people. They still painfully remember that weekend. I was made to feel uncomfortable and unwanted in a space that was meant to be inclusive and safe. There's no such thing as a safe space, but continue. It was in that moment during that conference that I realized that every identity and every intersection of identity was to be welcomed and championed in progressive spaces, except mine.
And mine.
And mine. Oh, God. Excluding Jews from the progressive movement for racial justice is not isolated to the Students of Color Conference. The recent surge of progressive activism on campuses across the country has led to many debates on the merits of concepts like microaggressions and safe spaces in educational settings that should respect free speech and dialogue. Yeah, if you're engaging in free speech and dialogue, you're not in a safe space. Yeah, fuck. And microaggressions are such a bullshit concept anyway. Oh, fuck. Student uprisings against racial injustice and discrimination at Yale, the University of Missouri, and dozens of other universities have shown the power of students who have banded together against institutionalized racism in academia and the student body.
Well, you band together for that and you get this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. But little has been said about the idea of intersectionality. Actually, a lot has been said about intersectionality, author. That's what they're basing this all off of. And right now, fucking Palestinians are closer to the bottom than most, so they're gonna fucking say, hey, kill all fucking Jews because it's not intersectional. It's like they go kill all men and kill all whites and kill all white men. You fuckers. It's
You're not going to get any arguments from me here.
God, I got a fucking lump on my head after fucking. The physical pain was needed, though.
I guess, and I hope it makes for a decent show.
The idea that all struggles are connected and must be combated by allies. That's not what it's turned into. I don't even know if it even started that way, but that's so not what it is. It's an oppression Olympics. Fuck.
I like that, Oppression Olympics. I'm going to use that.
Why not? Everyone else has been.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I literally, my brain, I can't even.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Fuck.
Anyways, this has created a dubious bond between the progressive movement and pro-Palestinian activists who often engage in the same racist discourse they claim to fight. As a result of this alliance, progressive Jewish students are often subjected to a double standard not applied to their peers, an Israeli litmus test to prove their loyalties to social justice. Yeah, fuck.
I mean,
in concept, social justice is a good thing, level the playing field. What is not a good thing is the way it has turned into the Spanish Inquisition.
Oh, fuck.
Fuckers, confess your sins and be executed at the same time. You'll be tortured till you confess your sins, then we'll be kind enough to kill you. That's essentially their mentality.
Yep.
Fuck.
You get no. There's no fucking
Fuck.
guiding second chance. I don't know. Fuck. How does my faith in humanity keep getting lower, lower and lower? And I have no faith in humanity.
I have no faith in humanity. It's not getting lower at all for me. It's just cementing the void where the faith should be, making that grow. The nothingness has expanded to include all. It's like a fucking black hole that devours all hope. And it just keeps growing in mass.
Which is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. This is something Rosenberg knows all too well as progressive at UCLA. It's because it's becoming increasingly aware to me that regardless of my views on Israel, people are viewing being a Jew and being a social justice activist as being mutually exclusive. The conversation surrounding Israel on campus has turned into a conversation about Jews. Even if Jewish students care about social justice issues, they can't participate. Welcome to all inclusiveness, where you are rejected on arbitrary factors such as ancestry, religion,
musical taste. Yeah. Welcome to our world.
This is the same arbitrary shit that I debated for 7 years. The fucking neo-Nazis. It's also the same damn bullshit I have seen time and time again from fucking conservative fucking religious whack jobs fucking sucking the balls of Westboro Baptist Church types. You've got that far off the rails that you are essentially both back. Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome to inclusiveness.
That's not good.
I'd rather be fucking rejected than be.
Yep, me too. Which I am, but I just I'm trying to fathom this right now. I
I get to fathoming it.
Yeah, fuck. I would like to say, I know you've endured that, loyal listeners. You deserve it. I'm not sorry, because you get to know what we're fighting for. People who think we're just complaining, or people who think I'm right wing or whatever. No, I'm not right wing. This is the right wing, left wing. Fuck. I mean,
so far off the fucking rails.
God.
So far off the rails, you have become what you protest against. And you still protest against it.
Fuck. Die. Why won't I die?
The brain is still active. So we will continue. Oh, fuck. This is a novella, I swear. And it just keeps descending further and further.
You had a list of like the 20 greatest albums in 1996. I think that could be kind of funny to read next.
I got other ones. They're going to be even much better than this. Trust me. There is a fucking light at the end of the tunnel. You will laugh at these. One word. Goats.
Goats.
Okay.
Goats.
Continuing with that ray of hope, in an interview with the Jewish Week, Aria Weinberg, director of research at Bechol Lashon, a nonprofit that advocates for racial diversity in the Jewish community, shared research showing that progressive Jewish students feel like they have to hide their Jewish identity in order to belong in these movements. Such was the case of Michael Stephenson, a Jewish sophomore of the University of Missouri who participated in the racial justice protests last fall and yet felt his Jewish ancestry undercut his social justice credibility. Fuck. He told, I don't see how, but okay. He told the Jewish Week that there were countless moments when his social justice credibility was questioned, including statements that bordered on anti-Semitism. A rabbi who attended a Black Lives Matter meeting was deemed a true terrorist.
How does that work?
What? A rabbi? I mean, I got my own problems with the Black Lives Matter movement because it doesn't fucking do what it says on the fucking box.
No, and they seem to like to silence those who would actually agree with them on things. That was my biggest problem for them, is that they tried to, drown out Bernie Sanders and things like that. So.
But I gotta read that again just so it sinks in. A rabbi who attended a Black Lives Matter meeting was deemed a true terrorist for donating funds to Israel. Fuck. Really? Fuck. Yeah, the government's crooked, but there's other things in Israel you could be donating to.
I mean, I got my own problems with Israel as it is, but I don't think you're a terrorist for donating money to them. We will probably have a debate, but
yeah, fucking shit. Some activists tried to.
Where's the whiskey? Where's the beer?
It's up in my bedroom, and I don't have. I want it now too. My brain needs my friends now. Oh, sweet alcohol.
On a related note, we'll be taking a pretty long vacation. No, not really, but still. I'm gonna go somewhere with no internet for about 5 years.
Yeah. It keeps degenerating. Fuck these people. Oh.
PTR 64 when we finally snapped.
Yeah. Anyways, some activists tried to justify the recent wave of Palestinian stabbings of Jews in Israel.
Okay.
Just like the God, why do I keep going back to those 7 fucking years I defeated neo-Nazis? This is shit they would pull. God. Anyways. Oh. Fucking start naming NSBM bands. They need to listen to this shit because they definitely agree with some of that shit.
I don't.
Okay, fuck it for now. We'll continue on, and then after we regain our sanity with 2 stories about goats, maybe a top something album. I don't care.
Fuck.
Stephenson. He's the what again?
He's the guy who did the Weekly Jew.
Okay, yeah. Stephenson is still a staunch supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement. But he said it started to feel like Jew lives don't matter. Jewish lives don't matter.
Well, it's called Black Lives Matter, not All Lives Matter, just saying.
Yeah. While the effectiveness of campus protests is worthy of debate, it should remain undeniable and undeniably troubling that the progressive college movement, and specifically pro-Palestinian groups within it, have pushed anti-Semitic rhetoric in the name of progressive values. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
God, if you are reminding me of countless fucking debates I had with neo-Nazis, you are so far beyond anti-Semitic that you should just start saying "Seek Hail" yourself. Just do it. Hail Hitler. That's what you want, right? Stop protesting against it and embrace it. Fuckers! For example, the SJP chapter at Northeastern University likes to fashion itself a progressive organization. But in 2012, the school's SJP advisor was recorded telling members to be proud to be called an anti-Semite, to wear it as a sign of distinction. This proves that I'm working for the right side, the just cause.
Oh my gosh.
Flies again. No. Iron Eagle flies again. No.
You're the skinhead army.
Fuck. Just
I've gone beyond rage and just gone into just.
This isn't rage. This is. My brain is still at the stage where it wants to. And it just brings back too many memories. Satanic War Master is anti-Semitic and evil, but be proud to be an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
One of these values is not like the other one. One of these values.
I'm speechless at this point. I'm just. How can you just? How the hell? I don't. Divorce simultaneous days.
In one single Earth rotation, you were educated stupid. These people are definitely educated stupid.
Sanity.
There's no other fucking explanation. They're educated stupid.
The sanity of Time Cube.
Fuck. And anyone that's read it knows if that is sane in comparison to what you're doing. Fuck. Why?
I don't know. By the way, everyone, you're listening to Political Trendy Radio. You're listening to our brains melt. I was supposed to do this like twice for the hourly update, but we got a little preoccupied because this has been going on forever. But you're listening to Political Trendy Radio, people. And I don't know why we're not bigger than we are, to be honest. At least we review whole stories like this. If I was just a little meaner, I would have told you to stop about 30 minutes ago.
Oh! You're gonna hate this fact.
And
I hate this fact. Halfway through. Yes. You have full right to strangle yourself. Get it on camera. I don't even blame you at this point. It is the honorable way out. It'll preserve what few brain cells haven't been destroyed by attempting to process this in any way, shape, or form. Just what?
Did you read this before, or is this a dry read?
This is dry read.
Okay, so I don't blame you for it.
Yes.
You couldn't have predicted that it would be this bad.
No. Oh, fuck. Why, God?
Jinx Dawson, please save us.
Buddha.
Satan.
7 cocks protrude out of my rectal orifice, and I'm not even gay. I'm not even bi. It's just happening. I don't know how. It just grew.
Fuck.
I'm pissing out my ass now. I don't know. Fuck. And gay people are more than welcome to have these cocks. And guys are more than welcome to have these cocks. I'm not.
Don't worry.
That way, but it makes more sense than this.
I'll make it better after this. I'll show you some cool music.
Yes, after the show, we will see cool music. It'll be better.
We all need, including some Satanic War Master.
Oh, yes. We'll listen to that whole split.
Oh, definitely. My brain.
Continuing the torture.
This is what hell is like.
Yes. But this will eventually end. Hell would be this non-stop.
I think I found something I hate more than the manifesto.
Yes. The ramifications of ignoring the normalization of anti-Semitism cannot be understated. The most recent FBI hate crime report found that 58.2% of hate crimes motivated by religious bias were targeted at Jews. Jews make up 2.2% of the American population. So the FBI statistics make it clear that Jews are the most disproportionately attacked religious group in America. It should be troubling to everyone that an SJP member at Temple University physically assaulted a pro-Israel Jewish student 2 years ago, calling him a kike and Zionist baby killer. I know people who used to say kike and Zionist baby killer a lot. Guess who they were? Guess.
Neo-Nazis.
Yes. I debated
people on the right.
Seven fucking years. 7 fucking years. You bastards. But it should be far more troubling that the SJP chapter at Temple, like all SJP chapters, promotes itself as a progressive organization, claiming solidarity with movements such as Black Lives Matter. And you wonder why people call you regressives.
And you wonder why I have to always state that I'm a liberal, but that I'm not like you. You wonder why I always state that, why I always state that. I mean, there's a reason, and you found the reason.
Yes. Yes, this is so far. I mean, the article writer itself had debatable points that were actually sane enough to debate. But whenever we go back into even the shit the author is calling lunacy, it's just kike and Zionist baby killer. Fuck. Okay.
My brain hurts. I'm trying not to look at other shit while you're reading.
Yes.
God damn it! I want out. I don't want
An organization that promotes itself as a progressive organization is calling people kikes and Zionist baby killers. Yeah, I think intersectionality has failed.
I think everything's failed. I think people need to be stabbed. People need to be stabbed multiple times with rusty knives.
And this is exactly why utopia is impossible. Because shit like this. Because people who call Jews kikes and Zionist baby killers can also call themselves progressives and in support of racial movements such as Black Lives Matter, fighting oppression of everyone that is not.
Straight into the meat hook, rusted meat hook, straight into the intestines. Sorry, I needed to go insane for a couple minutes.
And beating the shit out of a Jewish student while those slurs are going on. But you're progressive and value racial justice. Anyways, Brennan Thorpe, a pro-Israel student at Portland State University, told me how the pro-Palestinian movement has
created a new... Okay.
You've created a what?
There must be a huge delay here.
Okay, I hear you now.
I've created a new character called Time Cube Going Insane Man.
Time Cube Going Insane Man.
He reads stories like this, then he rants and laughs like I just did, and then he injects it with force.
Okay, your mic's fucking up a bit, but that's okay. I think I know what the statement was. It was, and then millions died.
No, it was about a character who goes insane.
Yeah, I heard the insane part.
After reading stories like this.
Yeah, then reads Time Cube to become sane.
Yes.
Anyways, told me how the Anyways, that Brennan Thorpe, a pro-Israel student at Portland State University, told me how the pro-Palestinian movement has used intersectionality to co-opt the struggles of marginalized communities and promote themselves as a progressive movement. The university administration is so very progressive and liberal and understands anti-Semitism, but most of the hate comes from the student body, especially the pro-Palestinian people. They tie the pro-Palestinian cause to environmental issues, Black Lives Matter, feminism, LGBTQ rights. Okay. And pretty much all progressive causes.
So they tie in a bunch of things that don't actually have any fucking,
Yeah, any relation.
Yeah. Why me?
And while they pursue these progressive causes, they also say Israel doesn't have a right to exist. Which, even though I fucking bitch about Israel a lot, I say it exists now, so we have to find a way for some form of coexistence to exist. I don't know how, and I know it's going to be shaky as fuck, but still, it exists now, and the only way to get rid of it is complete genocide, and I'm not going to sign off on that unless I get to eradicate the Holy Land in its entirety, which means everyone from every side gone, with nuclear warheads bombing anything someone considered holy chunk of dirt. But that's an insane dream of mine that I don't expect to be fulfilled ever in my life, and I don't fucking go arguing for it because I realize it's that batshit insane. It is a fantasy, and I just don't like the fact people are blowing each other up and everyone's wrong on all sides. Fuck it. And it's not even like a true fucking thing I want. But God, you guys just pro-Palestine with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual rights. Something doesn't match there as well. Anyway.
I'm not pro-Palestine either.
Neither am I.
Because, I'm pro-existence, coexistence.
Yes, that's a good thing to try to. However shaky it'll be shaky as fuck because there's a lot of hate going around. It'll take millennia for that to just dissipate into just mild distrust.
Fuck.
Which that will never go away, but
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. My brain is just, look at the birdie. Look at the little birdie.
And while they pursue these progressive causes, they also say that Israel doesn't have a right to exist and the Jews don't deserve a state, even though they admitted they had no problem with any of the modern nation states that have a particular ethnic identity. Do you realize how many times I have heard that line? Israel doesn't have a right to exist and Jews don't deserve a state.
Yeah.
In case you haven't been paying attention, people, I've heard it 7 years of debating neo-Nazis who are my friends before they finally collapsed and realized that their ideals were bullshit. And here you are slamming people for being neo-Nazis even when they're not, yet you're ascribing to one of their core fucking tenets. What? It's frustrating because it's a cultural trend.
I know.
It's frustrating.
I'm.
It's frustrating because it's a cultural trend in the student body that I feel like we can't stop. Keep speaking against it, please. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I'll actually agree with you there. Yeah. And maybe just kill them all violently with death.
Yes. Or something to help us regain our sanity. Goats are coming, by the way. Oh.
Goats and music and goats. Fuck.
To understand the festering anti-Semitism within the progressive movement, it's important to dissect how SJP and similar groups have co-opted and mobilized campus progressives to further a cause that is anything but progressive.
Oh God, my head. My head just exploded.
Yes, that is anything but progressive. I have a lot of things I differ with progressives on, but you're debatable. These people.
And while I'm
4 simultaneous days,
and while I'm 90% sure you ain't gonna convince me of jack shit, at least I'll listen.
Yeah, and you'll at least bring up some good points whenever I'm actually of the brain to debate that, but I'm not at the moment.
Me neither. I don't want to
because,
debate.
I like to expand my mind and where people are coming from, even if I disagree with them, and 99% of the time, everyone's wrong anyway, so fuck it.
Just keep waiting, guys. Goats are coming.
It may not surprise you that Students for Justice in Palestine was founded at UC Berkeley, the self-proclaimed apex of progressive activism. But anti-Israel co-option of progressive causes dates back as far as 1959 with the General Union of Palestinian Students, which was founded in Egypt, supporter of anti-Israel terrorist groups like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which back then was pure fucking blooded. They got tamer in fucking recent years, but that's why it's a Palestine. God. Okay. Yep. Anyways, just to show I know something, even though I can't form the words, because this is so fucked. I do know something. But anyways.
I'm kind of wishing my microphone would have, not worked at this point.
No, you're wishing your headset didn't work.
Well, you know what I mean.
So,
why?
Okay. The GUPS saw a need to create a unified plan and message for student activists. Just like communists, just like fucking National Socialists, the current breed. Just like every fucking radical group, they all had plans for students, try to get them to be the next generation of fucking filth. Oh. It released a statement calling for the students to channel their activism into supporting the armed struggle and fighting Israel from abroad. In this statement, it is in this statement that the first mention of alliance with progressives is mentioned. Has Ido Zelkovitz recounted in Students and Resistance in Palestine, Books, Guns, and Politics. GUPS members located outside the Arab countries would be called upon to join forces with their other local progressives sympathetic to the Palestinian Revolution. Members in the Palestinian diaspora would be encouraged to cooperate with the progressive political forces in their host countries to counter official Zionist activities, lectures, and movie screenings. Burn books while you're at just fly the flag. I'm going to take a break from this article just to tell you, whenever I was selling acid, one of my friends who used to be a neo-Nazi but wasn't at the time that I was selling acid came over. I bought myself a sheet and I told him, draw the most fucked up thing you could. And it was a brilliant rendition of the fucking landing at Iwo Jima. Except instead of American soldiers, it was a Confederate soldier, an SS, an SA, and a fucking regular Nazi trooper hoisting, and a fucking, no, one of them was a fucking skinhead, hoisting the fucking Iron Eagle sitting on top of the swastika flag. And I called it Hitler acid. And this shit fucked you up for days. That was me. I know you heard it before, but I had to regain sanity. Anyways. Yeah. Fuck. It was really good acid, though. Really, really good.
I wasn't saying yeah as in no, don't tell. I'm saying yeah as in I love that story. It makes me. It
And people reported body bags, crematoriums, and fucking death troops marching down the streets.
Death troops are always fun to see marching down the street. We need them. We need them. We need death troops.
My brand or your brand. I don't care which. Either or. Fuck. Okay. When GUPS, not to be confused with GURPS, the role-playing system, which is half decent. GUPS established a chapter in San Francisco State University in 1973 and organized accordingly, focusing on its mission on social justice while simultaneously supporting Palestinian liberation through armed struggle. The GUPS at SFSU strategically gained support from progressive activists during an era when San Francisco was embracing and propelling racial identity politics and progressive activism. Racial identity politics is bullshit, but anyway. For GUPS, San Francisco would serve as a launching point for spreading support for the pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel cause in the American progressive community. This coincided with growing sympathy that the American New Left, an anti-war, anti-establishment political movement, which gained steam in the 60s and 70s, had for the Palestinian cause. Until the late 1960s, the American New Left had very little concern for the Middle Eastern affairs, while people like Noam Chomsky and organizations such as the Young Socialist Alliance were critical of Israeli policy. They failed to reach and resonate with the larger movement. The Six-Day War in 1967 was a critical turning point in how the American New Left viewed Israel, and in turn Jews. This change was largely spurred by the left-aligned radical Black Panther movement, which gradually grew to view Arabs in the region as an oppressed third world people, and therefore Jews as oppressive white imperialists. Wait, Israeli Jews?
Slightly true, but at the same time, it depends on which faction of the Black Panthers you ask.
Also, Israeli Jews white?
I do not know.
There are some there, yes,
now,
but
do I
the
really
vast
want
majority are not. Okay.
Please continue before I kill someone.
If you kill anyone, get it on camera.
Fuck.
They subsequently came to express sentiments about Jews that were blatantly anti-Semitic. After the war, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, a Black civil rights organization, published a cartoon in the newsletter depicting a hand with a Star of David marked with a $sign, holding a noose hung around the neck of a Black activist and boxing champion, Muhammad Ali.
That's really subtle, guys.
Really?
That's
what?
Subtle as all. What the fucking? Why do I have to hear this?
The SNCC had a widely influential student group during the civil rights movement, inspiring the New Left with its grassroots approach to community outreach. But growing identification with the Arab world had turned the SNCC into a hostile and even anti-Semitic place for progressive Jews. Dottie Miller, a Jewish graduate, fucking Muhammad Ali being lynched by a $sign Star David. Yeah, no shit. Dottie Miller, a Jewish graduate student who worked in the SNCC offices in Atlanta, recounted details of an anti-Semitic incident that could easily have happened today. Mm-hmm. Someone came into the SNCC office and began denouncing the presence of Jews in the civil rights movement. Fuck. This is back then even. The only...
You know what? Honestly, I would love for this to be a right-wing smear job. I would love none of this to be true, for this to be a right-wing smear job. Unfortunately,
considering the thoughts that this author said, praising progressivism himself.
I don't mean to pussy out, but I need to get something to drink and a piss.
Go ahead, I'll continue reading. You will come back. Just give me a response to whatever the last thing is you heard.
No, I mean, I'm gonna take my headset off for a minute because I
know. I know.
Oh, you're just trying to save my life here?
Yeah, just whenever you get the headset back on, respond to the last thing I said.
And you could fill me in.
You could just listen to it or fucking, because it's just going to degenerate further.
Yeah, okay.
But before you leave,
only,
this is what was said back then from the SNCC, someone that came in there. The only wrong thing that Hitler did was that he didn't burn up all the Jews.
I'm going to go take a piss now.
Yes.
With that in my mind, I will see you in a minute.
Oh,
Oh my
fuck.
God.
So many memories of so many debates. Yes. Oh, fuck. During the 70s, the aggressive anti-Semitism prevalent in SNCC, the Nation of Islam, and the Black Panthers affected the closely aligned New Left movement and subsequently alienated progressive Jewish supporters. Progressives within the New Left movement started perceiving Jews as white, a category of other that excluded Jews from a movement that was increasingly focused on identity politics. Oh, fuck. Even back then. Oh, God. Hell, that goes a lot of the things I was taught in fucking grade school. This perception materialized during a controversy at the University of Washington in 1990 when Jewish groups fought for classes focused on anti-Semitism and Jewish identity to be included in the ethnic studies graduation requirement, a requirement that was deemed necessary in order to combat racism and to sensitize students to the problems of discrimination and oppression. Minority faculty and student groups vehemently opposed the inclusion of these courses. The only wrong thing that Hitler did was that he didn't burn up all the Jews. Fucking morons. Just fucking morons. Why? Oh, God. On the basis that Jews were not people of color and therefore could not understand institutionalized oppression. You really haven't paid attention to any footage of anyone from Israel to see that the majority of Israelis aren't white. So if you're going to do the racial identity politics thing, do it right. Fuck. Because, fuck. No, I disagree with the racial identity politics extremely. I mean, fuck, there was, at least here in the West, because we've dealt with most of that shit already. And
Yellow.
the only wrong thing that Hitler did was that he didn't burn up all the Jews. On that basis, Jews were not people of color and therefore could not understand institutionalized oppression.
Sweet.
Holocaust anyone.
Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper saves my life. I'm almost all out of my Monster. I needed to get more caffeine. So.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Holocaust.
I mean, I don't know if you guys ever had Holocaust survivors come in. We had that almost every.
I did.
Yeah. They were interesting too.
They came in once a year for the 5th grade class. They showed the fucking tattoos on their fucking arms that were old wrinkled numbers, which let you know these were ancient. There's no way a current tattoo artist would have fucking faked that.
Yep.
You know, this was done back in the day when they were fucking 6.
They did it in high school too, because it wasn't official, but someone I knew or one of the teachers had a Holocaust survivor neighbor and convinced him to come in. And
I don't know if they lived in town or not. I just know that's it was for every 5th grade class.
Yeah, that was for me. There was, I guess.
I think the principal knew him. I don't know, but you know, it's fucking, they wanted to make certain we were at least mature enough to comprehend. It's fifth grade, so they still didn't go into full detail of just the god fuckery of it all.
Yeah, in high school they did. Well, they didn't for the special ed kids, but I requested a private meeting with him. I was like, okay, look, I'm a student of history. I'm not trying to offend you or anything. I'm not trying to, but I'd like to know what all happened because, and he kind of understood what I was getting at, that if you don't know what happened, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it, that type of thing. So he was very nice. He sat down and he told me horror stories about like seeing his family die. I mean, you know me, I'm pretty hardened by everything. Even I was like depressed when I went home that day. Even I was just like,
this is back when I was a little kid, and I was just sitting there thinking, dear fuck, the human species I've thought it before when I was a kid that the human species should go extinct, but I heard that and I'm like, and I was still like going to church and shit at the time, and I was thinking, dear God, why didn't you wipe us out then?
Yep.
That was fucking horrible.
What happened was, so because I was blind, I had connections, and they said, "Oh, would you like to go listen to the, he's talking to the special ed kid, so it's going to be simple, or we can talk to him, and I can maybe get you an audience for him." And I skipped fifth and sixth period, which was fifth was elective and sixth was, I believe, PE. So I was able to skip those classes and go and I was just like, look, I'm not doing this for shock value. I'm not doing this for, tell me what happened, go into detail. If it's not too dramatic for you, obviously. He's like, no, because he basically told me, look, if I didn't talk about this, I'd go insane. If he didn't tell what happened, he would. So he went into detail for literally 2 hours. Okay, I heard this shit for 2 hours. When I went home that day, I was just like, and I was 16, 17, so I was already into metal, and I was already partying with Puke and doing, Satan knows what every night. I went home that day thinking, wow, I wish everyone could have had 2 hours to hear all those stories. I wish everyone could have had a private audience with him just to hear his stories. And for people who think Schindler's List is depressing, at least that was a fucking film with actors in it.
This is.
But that.
And keep in mind, what I heard was like just shit that was like dumbed down for a fifth grade audience. And I was thinking, why didn't God wipe us out?
No, I got the full unadulterated version about concentration camps. Just, that stuck with me, man. That stuck with me.
Dude, whenever I was fucking debating, when I was still in high school and shit, and I dug into the fucking Holocaust to fucking debate my neo-Nazi friends to tell them this shit happened. Just oh my fucking God. And to just blatantly say the only wrong thing Hitler did was that he didn't burn all the Jews.
Yeah. That's beyond horrid for me. That crosses about 18 lines.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's not good.
One ethnic studies professor was recorded during the debate saying that he could not accept the inclusion of Jews and anti-Semitism in the proposed ethnic studies curriculum unless other Semitic people, especially Palestinian Arabs, were also included. Fine, Dandy, get a bit of balance in it.
Yep, yeah. I want, I want to know about everyone, I want to know if, because I want to make an informed decision. So, but I'm sorry, you kind of got me thinking about the whole, that day just sticks with me because, like I said, I had already read, books about things, but just hearing somebody say it. Oh, and by the way, I was 8 years old when this happened. And just, I started, this happened when I was like 8 to 12 years old. And just hearing it, someone say it and not cry, not just to say it dispassionately because, well, you cry, but hearing how his whole family got killed, it stuck with me.
Fuck.
But there was never a point where I wanted him to stop, or there was never a point where I said I don't want to hear this because it was the truth. It happened. You have to hear about what happened, and you have to know history in the past.
And you have to know what the fuck rose out of it, because fucking Germans were screaming oppression in a sense. They were doing all.
I mean,
take pride in your fucking own heritage, which is fuck identity politics and a not.
I mean, I could still listen to Nazi black metal, but I kind of wish all those people and bands could hear the stories I heard.
Yeah.
I wish you could. I mean, I know you don't agree. I know you agree with me, but I wish you could just to fucking hear them.
Oh, I would have loved to hear it full adulterated, just because it's something you need. And like I said, whenever I researched shit, I dug deep.
Yeah, he took a little convincing because he was like, "Well, are you sure you can stand this? Are you sure And I was like, "Look, I it doesn't matter if I can stand it. We need to know about this." That's always been my standing, is that it doesn't matter if I can handle it. It doesn't matter if I break down and cry. I need to know about this. Not that I'll do that because I don't cry, but fuck. That's what I've always believed. I'll continue to believe.
Okay. Continuing. Fuck. Another ethnic studies professor argued that Jews could not necessarily be victims of anti-Semitic hate because they weren't of Semitic descent.
We're just move on, just move on, go.
She argued that anti-Semitism was historically not as much as a problem as racism. She argued that anti-Semitism was not historically as much a problem as white racism. What?
I don't know. I don't know.
Fucking shit, even in our own nation's history. The fucking black sheep no one talks about. Fucking shit. Ever since we started killing the natives, taking their land. I mean, yeah, there were some people that peacefully negotiated, but let's be realistic here. There were far more fucking drunk and go happy, kill them all, give me my land kind of bullshitters.
And then the people who did real, negotiated, oh, we'll give you 3 beads for this state.
Yeah, there was that, but there were also the people that actually did legitimate negotiations, however few in number. But still, you can't just say all, but there was a shit ton, okay? A shit ton.
Yeah.
This is why I don't mind hearing natives say, kill whitey, because they had it worst. Trust me.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, slavery was fucking bullshit, but at least there was 50-50 chance that you would survive all the fucking hard labor, fucking whip cracks, fucking lynch mobs and shit. With the natives, fuck, we're talking 80% chance of death. And that's not counting diseases that they were never introduced to, killing them as well.
I know a girl who's mostly Indian. She prefers Indian, not Native American, because she says, fuck, they were always known as Indians. So what the fuck is Native American? No one's native to America because they came from Asia or whatever. But she was talking about it. She had to convince a lot of members of her family, basically, that white people weren't the scum of the earth, because you can't blame everyone for something that happened, And we talked, and
I mean, it's one thing to realize shit happened, and you bring it up because, you realize it fucking happened. It was shit. It needs discussed so it doesn't happen again. But you don't beat yourself up over it because you had no part of it. I mean, hell, I got like 1/16 Native in me. I forget which tribe, but because the people that that are dead. But
she and I talk very candidly about it. She knows that I'm not, she knows that I fucking, understand, and it's nothing's off limits. It's not like, oh, you can't say that. We talk candidly about it because it's an interesting subject. But she also realizes that happened, hundreds of years ago, and really hating me for it ain't gonna solve anything. Now she hates me. Now she hates me because I'm a complete dick. But that's another thing.
I hate you for what you are, not what ancestors did.
And yes, we are still friends, even though she hates me, which is kind of how my life works,
That's good. Those are some of the most interesting friends.
Well, I hate you with a fucking passion right now.
Yes, I know. And it's well deserved. I hate myself. Because all the Gups and the New Left movement predate the founding of SJP and other current progressive groups. The history of discomfort towards Jews and Israel within both pro-Palestinian movements and the progressive movement are important context to consider, especially given the fact that Hatem Bazain
sounds like some fucking. Hey, what's your name? My name is Hatem Bazain. How y'all doing?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a drunken redneck. It's the founder of the Students for Justice in Palestine, who served as the president.
So it's a different kind of redneck.
Yeah. You fucker. You fucker.
I just killed his brain.
Fine, I needed that levity. Fuck. This guy served as president of GUPS at San Francisco State University, the chairman of the National People of Color Student Coalition, and an executive board member of the United States Students Association during his time as an influential figure at SFU in the late 1980s and early 90s. Bazin fashioned himself a progressive advocate for affirmative action, authoring a resolution adopted by the USSA calling for cuts to American aid to Israel.
And now you know why I didn't go to college.
I'm glad I'm essentially a dropout. Fuck.
I'm a dropout of something different, but we're not going into that. Because that takes too long to explain. But my I don't even mind you fucking blowing your nose anymore. I don't fucking care anymore. Fuck.
Yes, it's a blessed sound compared to Bazain's influence and support for anti-Israel causes grew. So did reports of anti-Semitic incidents. During the early 90s, Jewish students reported that Bazin's advocacy was cultivating a climate of anti-Semitism. Bazin notoriously blocked the appointment of pro-Israel Jewish students to SFU's Student Judicial Council because the student's support for Israel was denied him and defined him as an unequivocal racist.
I have to remind everyone that we're live and we didn't know this story was going to be this bad. So I think I'm actually sorry.
I'm not. Everyone could suffer with me. I've reached the next level. Fuck. When Jewish students spoke out about Bazin's anti-Semitic actions, he attacked the offices of the student newspaper for being a haven for Jewish spies.
What?
You question someone, and why do I see so many similarities between us being labeled racists today and right-wing fucking everything today and this?
Well, I'm a racist, Jim. As we talked about off microphone, I'm a racist, even though everything.
Yeah, you're so fucking far left. And whenever we do get the chance to debate sanely, that's just going to be impossible after this show. It does turn out interesting.
Well, yeah, because I don't try to force any beliefs on you. I just try to make my point, and you try to make your point. And I listen to your point, and I hope you listen to my point, although
I do most of the time. I will admit sometimes I fade out because it starts out like I heard it before, and I might perk up again whenever you actually change direction. I'm like, oh, okay. Then I go back to ignoring.
Oh, fuck you. I'm going to kill you so hard. You know, we're going to show up in Pennsylvania, show up at your house. This is for PTR. You didn't kill me, you moron.
Exactly.
You blind moron. You just shot up my house. Oops, sorry.
You just shot the neighbors who are crackheads and I don't care about.
Oh well.
You did the community good.
Oh well. Let's go have a beer.
In 1999, the Detroit News reported that Bazin endorsed a passage of the Quran that advocated violence against Jews. The day of judgment will not happen until the trees and stones will say, "O Muslim, here is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him."
That's subtle.
Yeah. And after 79 SJP members were arrested in 2002 for illegally occupying UC Berkeley's Wheeler building, a protest that coincided with the Holocaust Day of Remembrance, Bazin organized a counter-demonstration to protest the arrests, playing an old anti-Semitic trope of Jewish power and money.
What is wrong with these people? What the flying cock-sucking fuck is wrong with these people? What the fuck?
Just dream of 4 simultaneous days.
Dream of the cannibalism in the cannibal pit.
Yeah. And children being eaten.
And then, hey, and then fucking the demon girl, fucking, let's eat her. Yeah. I'm not dead yet. We know.
Bazin allegedly pointed towards donor names engraved on school buildings and said, "Take a look at the type of names on the building around campus, Haas, Zellerbeck, and decide who controls this university."
No.
Let us shame Satanic War Master for harboring neo-Nazi sympathies, even though they are not, and fucking embrace neo-Nazi rhetoric. And the Grand Zionist Empire conspiracy continuing to his evil. Fuckers! Why?
I don't know.
The history of SJP and its founders, anti-Semitism, will likely fall on deaf ears to progressive supporters of the anti-Israel cause. And
That's why I don't call myself progressive. That is exactly why I don't call myself progressive.
fuck. And while SJP likes to fashion itself as an intersectional progressive group with the noble cause of combating racial injustice, structural oppression, the group, much like its leader and the causes that started it, is often guilty of perpetuating anti-Semitic speech and actions on college campuses. Today, discussions of racial microaggressions have been especially prevalent on college campuses and have even been weaponized by SJP to perpetuate anti-Semitism and ostracize Jewish students from discussions of Israel.
Weaponize the blind.
Yes, I am giving you a flamethrower and just telling you to walk in a direction. It'll be glorious. You'll enjoy the screams and heat.
Yes, I will.
Crackling sounds of everything going.
At this point,
Yes, embrace it.
yes.
Microaggressions is defined by a guide circulated by University of California President Janet Napolitano, are everyday verbal, nonverbal, and environmental slights, snubs, or insults, whether intentional or other unintentional.
Unintentional. Fuck. No. No, not unintentional. It's either intentional or it doesn't exist. It's either intentional or it doesn't.
Microaggression.
It's either intentional or it doesn't fucking exist, people. Why am I? No.
Microaggressions are everyday verbal, nonverbal, environmental slight snubs or insults, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative messages to target persons based solely upon their marginalized group membership.
It's either intentional or it doesn't exist. Because if it exists, then it has to be intentional, because no one would do something, no one would snub someone or sleight of hand do something racist unintentionally, because being racist is being intentionally racist, unless you're just indoctrinating that into that from the time of your birth, which even still would be intentional because you've been trained like a little puppet to believe all that shit. Fire good. Fire very good.
Yes. The guide notes that context is key in understanding of a microaggressive.
Fuck you and your context. You're the one who decides. You're the one who decides the context. Context could be anything you want it to be.
The microaggressive statement was intended to negatively malign a student. For example, telling an Asian American student they speak English very well can be construed as a racial microaggression because it implies that Americans who look different or are named differently from the dominant culture are assumed to be foreign-born.
You've never seen the houses where they don't speak English in America?
Also, accents are thicker if they are not native born. Hence, you can fucking
No. I'm not talking about not native born. I'm talking about native born where they don't speak English in the house. The person has to learn English at a later age from somewhere else. Okay? I've seen it. I've met the people, and they even take pride in, oh, thanks, I didn't learn English until I was like 7, so I've spent the first 6 years not knowing English, and I still have an accent, but thanks for saying I speak English well, because that freaking besides, the right accent on a woman could be sexy as fuck.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I just, especially Swedish, but that's my anyway. Fuck. I mean,
This has
because
been Political Trendy Radio episode. I don't give a shit 'cause my brain is melted. You can look at the links below to contact Elliot. Continuing on. The recent
yeah, 64. I think I don't know.
The recent surge in progressive activism on college campuses has seen students actively combating racial microaggressions in the classroom and the student body. The passion that arose from the University of Missouri protests ignited similar racial justice protests across the country, and SJP chapters have been at the forefront of opposing microaggressions against racial minorities.
Oppressing microaggressions. And by the way, I've been told by some people that I don't speak English well at all, so there you go. And I'm native born.
Oh, God.
Because occasionally my tongue won't behave in the way that I want it to behave, and
I used to blah. In response to events in Missouri, a coalition of 15 SJP chapters signed a statement that harshly condemned anti-black microaggressions. 26 chapters in the Midwest signed a statement against anti-black microaggressions and institutionalized racism within higher education. These signatures and statements may seem sincere when viewed at face value, but when I asked Hannah Smith, an African-American Jewish student at Clark University, about her experiences with racial microaggressions, she challenged the notion that SJP members truly cared about or understood the issue. She said that their alliances with the Black Student Union have led to both anti-Semitic and anti-Black microaggressions against her. They can't follow their own standards. But how is that any different?
I don't know. I'm just watching the degenerate right now. It's beautiful.
Yes.
Look at me.
Society has gone down the toilet. Enjoy.
And you know what? The one place to see society degenerate is the show.
Yay.
Fuck.
Usually the SJP assume that since I'm black, I can't be Jewish.
I'm not even going to. I
know. That's.
I'm not even going to. Just keep reading, buddy. If you want to live.
Yes, they usually ask me if I'm adopted, and if they know that Jews can be colors other than white, and they ask me if I'm Ethiopian. So that's like every fucking parameter right there listed under the microaggression bullshit, which is microaggressions in and of themselves are complete bullshit. We know this. They do not exist. But even by that flawed logic, they committed every sin and must have based themselves just with that statement to that fucking person, Hannah Smith.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start smoking too now.
Yes, and I am on pack number 3 since this show began.
Fuck.
I'm hating my lungs. I'm trying to kill myself before I finish this. Fuck it.
Yeah, I understand. How many packs do you have there?
I only got 3 left now.
Yeah, I take it easy, buddy.
Mm.
Shit.
But what troubled Smith more was the effect that SJP had on her black peers at Clark, and how it has prompted them to propagate anti-Semitic microaggressions towards her. Many black students have told me that they see me as less black, not because my mom is white, but because she and I are Jewish. I do not think that my peers think that anti-Semitism exists at a predominantly white institution that is 33% Jewish, but it's actually really bad. Most people think that anti-Semitism doesn't exist and is only a regional issue, a religion issue.
Who thinks that? I've never met anyone who thought that. I never thought of the Jews as a race of people. I always thought of them as a religion. But apparently, I'm one of the only people who thinks that. Fuck.
Not having anything to do with the parents. But I can attest personally that this isn't true. Fuck. SJP and affiliated individuals, while claiming to fight microaggressions on behalf of people of all backgrounds, have often been responsible for perpetuating anti-Semitic microaggressions against Jewish students. Fuck microaggressions. They said the only thing Hitler did wrong was not killing them all. That's fucking complete fucking.
That's a macro aggression right there.
That is a true and real aggressive statement.
Yeah, that goes a little bit way beyond what I'm willing to tolerate.
Fuck, I'll listen to it in music, but I will not agree with it. I will debate the bastards that sing it just because I don't. But
yeah. I will debate the people who sing it. I will listen to the music, obviously, because I like the music. But yeah, I will. Now I.
Hell, the other day.
It's dying.
Yes. Hell, the other day when we fucking wrapped up the show, we sat there listening to Nazi punk, and we were pointing and laughing at all the times they said, "The white man's a dying race in the fucking, white dominant country." And all this other fucking shit we pointed and laughed at and said they're so full of shit. And so we're still singing along with some of the lyrics that we do, but we're calling out bullshit as well. It's
This
like
is the voice of Britain. You better believe it.
Fuck.
Come on, fly the flag now. Do 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 do. Fuck. Ian Stewart would be so proud. Well, he wouldn't because they're not white, but still he'd be proud of this or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, see, they're actually getting it too. Ha ha ha.
I still love Johnny Joined the Clan.
Yeah, go listen to Screwdriver. You'll agree with them. Trust me. Dr. Louis Z. Schlosser, then of Seton Hall University.
Louis Z. Schlosser.
One letter away from being near me, unless they renamed what was near me, gave a presentation at NYU's Berman Jewish Policy Archive in 2008 about microaggressions faced by American Jews. He proposed that in a Jewish context, microaggressions can take the form of...
You'll never, ever get away from so-called microaggressions, because as long as you have people who are different, who look different, who sound different, who think differently, you'll always have people who don't agree with them. What I say is, don't fight the microaggressions, fight the macroaggressions. Fight the people who say things like, the only thing Hitler didn't do right was burn them all. Okay? Don't fight the people who say something like, you speak English very well. Okay? This is why you never get anywhere, because you fight the bullshit fights that you see in your own head rather than fighting anything that's actually worth fighting for.
Anyways,
I fuck you.
microaggressions against Jews. Assumptions of Jewish wealth, power, control, or intelligence. That's the
There will
wealth, power,
always
and control thing is not a microaggression. That is fucking full-blown anti-Semitic fucking conspiracy theory bullshit.
and there will always be stereotypes. If you think you're going to stamp out all the stereotypes, I want to know. I want to know what crack you're smoking, son. If you think you're going to stamp out all stereotypes, I want to know what crack you're smoking. Because that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And you know, I've heard some pretty stupid things.
You know, because the fucking rich Zionist bankers are in charge of America. Look at the back of the dollar bill. There is something back there. The symbolism on the back of the dollar bill that proves this is all fucking Zionist state controlled straight from Israel. Blah, 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 blah.
Even though Israel wasn't founded.
It wasn't founded whenever we started printing the bills like that. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Take a deep breath.
Murder for dinner.
Yes, it is. Actually, it was ribs for dinner.
I had pizza and ramen.
Pizza's good. Pizza and ramen. What's with you and ramen today?
I bought like a fucking case of ramen last week.
Dude, I'm going over to your house now.
Shrimp and fucking creamy chicken.
I have chicken and a biscuit crackers.
Delicious.
Yes.
Exclusion or failing to acknowledge people's marginalized identities. Jews being depicted as traitors because of assumed allegiance to Israel. Oh, God, I was half expecting that fucking Judas Iscariot to pop up. Oh, that's how bad it is.
Have you heard the band with the same name?
No, please play it for me later.
Yep.
But seriously, I thought that was going to end because of assumed relation to Judas Iscariot, crucifier of Christ. Just the level.
Truly, even though
being here.
Even though Jesus' death was planned by his father.
Yeah.
Even though I think Judas did us a fucking favor personally. Fuck. If I knew Jesus, I want to fucking crucify him.
Yay. Judas, my God, whispers in the night. Anyways, invisibility of Jewish identity. You don't look Jewish. Jews are not a minority because they are not POC, people of color. Jews have white privilege and do not suffer. Privilege is nothing I got a problem with. Because what privilege I had when I was homeless, and do not suffer from institutionalized discrimination or oppression. Jews not being seen as an ethnic minority group. Denial of anti-Semitism or Jewish persecution. Denial of the Holocaust. That's not a microaggression. That is fucking straight core anti-Semitic bullshit.
Yeah, that's... If you think that's a microaggression...
You gotta rewrite history in order to... Fuck.
Yeah, that's not a fucking microaggression. Yeah.
Statements such as, I'm not anti-Semitic, I have Jewish friends. You're defending yourself from the...
I mean, I'm anti-Jewish as in I hate religion, but I'm not anti-Semitic as in, people. I like the people, just fucking hate the religion.
Fine dandy.
Shut the fuck up.
Holocaust are Hitler analogies.
Hitler.
Hitler is one fucker.
Hitler was a sensitive man.
There we go. That's the song. These fuckers are just like I know that was but I just these people really gotta listen to
I've given up hope this is ever going to end.
We're almost there. We are now 7/8 down.
I've given up hope that this will ever end. It's just gonna keep on going and going and going and
I'm going right now.
Goat. I want my goat.
Yes, you'll get your goat soon. One need not look far to realize that and anti-Israel activists on campus are frequently responsible for propagating anti-Semitic microaggressions. Fuck microaggressions. They're doing some really foul shit. No. Some of the things you mentioned here were complete bullshit, that microaggression thing. But the things that are like actual legit are assumptions of Jewish wealth, power, and control. Oh, God. Holocaust denial.
Yeah.
I'll even go with the Holocaust Hitler analogies thing if meant to fucking degrade or dehumanize fucking people. Oh, God.
I just, I came, I got a Dr. Pepper and I saw one of my dogs and I just petted him. I was like, you know what? You're smarter than us, dog.
Yes. So fuck the microaggression shit. Quit arguing that and actually fucking argue for these fucking things. The fucking, the Holocaust denial, definitely, and assumptions of Jewish wealth, power, and control. Fine.
I mean,
those are two very things. That's fucking core, brute, base anti-Semitism right there. True, not microaggression bullshit. That is truth. That is what anti-Semitism is.
Yeah.
That's a major part of it. Don't fucking alienate people by calling it a microaggression. Call it fucked up bullshit that people need to fucking wisen up on.
Yeah, that's not a microaggression is, I don't know, thinking that I don't fucking know what a microaggression is. It's stupid.
Yes, it is. Against Jews when discussing boycotting or divesting from Israel. You'll never make the correct arguments for any of that shit if you fucking fall into that category because you're too far gone to be logical in those arguments. Oh my God. Keep in mind that there's actual legitimate fucking what's it called? I'm fucking forgetting words now. This has rotted me.
This is Political Trendy Radio, episode 64.
No, I was thinking of a word.
No, I know. I was just filling the airtime here.
Yes, the word is charity. There are actual legitimate charities that help Israelis that have suffered hardships that have little to nothing to do with the fucking government.
Yeah.
So, investing in Israel doesn't mean you're investing in the fucking government.
Yeah. This is episode 64. Maybe the last one. I don't know. Depending on if any of us kills ourselves between now and Friday.
A message from the SJP-aligned chair of the student council instructed a Jew to abstain from a vote on divestment from Israel because he was elected with a Jewish agenda. I asked Bernstein about his initial reaction to the request. I was literally in awe. Yes, I would be too.
I'd be spitting out coffee everywhere.
Until I fucking read this, then I'd be like, you fuckers, fuck you. Just the phrase Jewish agenda is so volatile and anti-Semitic. Yes, you didn't call it a microaggression here, at least so far. It isn't a microaggression. It is flat out fucking anti-Semitism. Fuck. To think that my own council members think I am unable to uphold their beliefs and ideals in the greater student assembly because I am Jewish is beyond anything I ever thought would be told to me. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
In an impassioned Facebook post, Bernstein expressed his outrage at this display of blatant anti-Semitism and drew parallels with a similar case at UCLA where Rachel Beta was rejected from serving a position from the student council's judicial board after being asked, given that you are a Jewish student and very active in the Jewish community, how do you see yourself as being able to maintain an unbiased view? The council's ruling was later overturned. Fortunately, it was overturned, but unless it was the overturning that fucking did it,
I don't. My mind's just fucked right now.
In Beta's case, her Jewish identity acted as a conflict of interest, which would apparently bias her decisions and discussions of Israel. Even if it did, you need counterpoints. You don't wedge out counterpoints to your own arguments.
Yeah.
You dissect logic. And yes, sometimes you change your mind. Sometimes you don't, but you strengthen your argument against.
Yep.
And sometimes you realize it's a bullshit thing to care about. It all depends upon what. But
yeah,
you're acting like this is all or nothing, and it's not all or nothing.
No, and once again, just because someone's a Jew doesn't mean they're gonna be supporting Israel. Just because someone's an atheist doesn't mean they support whoever you think is an atheist ruler or whatever. Just because I'm an atheist doesn't mean I like Ayn Rand. Or
like I said, there are fucking Jews that protest the Israeli government who live in Israel. Yes, they exist in large quantities. I don't know the exact numbers, but they do exist.
It's the same bullshit stereotype of, well, you're a Muslim, so you must support terrorism, or it's
a bullshit statement.
I don't know.
These assumptions of Jewish loyalty to Israel are notorious anti-Semitic microaggressions. No, it is fucking pure anti-Semitism. Forget the micro. This is pure anti-Semitism. And it comes as no surprise that the 4 undergraduate student association council representatives who questioned Beta's eligibility were all supporters of SJP and were instrumental in endorsing and passing an anti-Israeli divestment resolution at UCLA.
Like I said, I'm glad I didn't go to college.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I stay out of it. I know people want me to still go to college, and I know people want me to still, but I think this has pretty much convinced me.
This does not even begin to scrape the tip of the iceberg of SJP's anti-Semitic statements, which it seems to spread with little consequence. Jews have been called baby killers. So have I. Long before all this.
I recommend everyone who reads this and finds it as sickening as we do, share the fucker.
Yes.
Share this. Share it. Post it on walls. Masturbate. I give a fuck. Just Post it around. Post it on college Facebook pages. Do it.
thewarticle/article/in-the-spaces-on-campus-no
Put a link in the
Jews
comments,
allowed.
bitch.
I will.
Why
Fuck this.
now? I don't think this is the science. I don't think this is the Jehovah Witnesses. Is it the Jehovah Witnesses site?
I don't know. I don't care at this point. This is just pure insanity. This does not even begin to scrape the tip of the iceberg of SJP's anti-Semitic statements, which it seems to spread with little consequence. Welcome to the fucking job. They're called baby killers and told to wipe the blood off their boots. Question, if they've never been there, how would they even have...
And they say, I'm not wearing boots, you moron.
Exactly.
That would be the best comeback I think ever. Why? I'm not wearing boots, you dumbass.
The history of SJP activists perpetuating anti-Semitic microaggressions. Drop the microaggression garbage. This is pure anti-Semitism, not your microaggression imaginary thingamabob that's just fucking stupid construct that no one cares about. That is fucking, I don't give a shit. No, this is pure flat-blooded anti-Semitism.
Yep.
Perpetuating anti-Semitism is endless. Northwestern's SJP chapter was so persistent in their anti-Semitic harassment, from defacing the statue of a Jewish donor to disrupting Holocaust awareness events. Doomed to repeat history, folks. Who are going to be gassing the Jews again. All thanks to these whack jobs that are so far in the totalitarian left that...
Yeah.
Hitler was a sensitive man. 4 simultaneous days in one single Earth rotation.
I mean, I'm sure I can send this to any of my left-wing friends, even the communists, who I blocked, by the way, because I just kind of got annoyed with their fucking posts. But I'm sure even if I sent this to the communist friends, they'd shit themselves.
Yeah. Northeastern's SJP chapter was so persistent in their anti-Semitic harassment, from defacing a Jewish donor statue to disruption of Holocaust awareness events, that the university was forced to temporarily suspend the organization in 2014. Oh, God. Question. Left-wing college, run by mostly left-wing people, suspended a left-wing group for doing left-wing shit. Does
No. They suspended a left-wing group for doing far-right shit.
Okay, for using the excuse of being far left. But do you see, that was the point I was trying to draw the conclusion. Doesn't that just sort of send the fucking message that you're doing the exact opposite of what you're putting on the box?
Yeah. If someone had showed me this as left wing, I would, that's why I don't call myself progressive anymore. I mean, this just goes way beyond, people calling for censorship in video games or whatever. I can just kind of go, yeah, okay, this is, yeah. The
SJP chapter at Vassar College even tweeted Nazi propaganda from 1944.
Oh, I know, but who hasn't?
Fuck. Yeah. Fuck.
Vassar College, that's an all-girls school, by the way.
Yeah. Fuck. When these events happen, there are no outcries from the progressive community about the prevalence of...
Well, it's because you're not fucking...
I'm changing that word to anti-Semitism so it makes sense.
No. It's because you're not fucking promoting it as much. You need to. If people like me knew about this, then yeah, we would shout loud. The only thing is, no one knows about this.
Yeah. When these events happen, there are no outcries from the progressive community about the prevalence of anti-Semitism. I've changed that word because that's what this is.
Yeah,
Not your bullshit terminology. Is
microaggressions are you shoved me, so I'm going to report you to the police.
no, I shoved you with my pinky, and you're going to report me to the police.
Well, you have a big ass pinky, man.
Yeah, I do. My cock's only half as big. Anyway.
I needed that laugh.
So did I. Tyler Fredericks, a student at Duke, has noticed a variation in responses from the SJP-aligned progressive crowd when instances of anti-Semitism occur. Actually using the correct term.
Yay.
When someone wrote "No niggers, whites only" on a Black Lives Matter flyer, the Duke community held a march here. Over 100 students marched in support and rallied support. They did the same thing when someone wrote a homophobic slur in the dorms. When someone wrote an anti-Semitic comments on a Duke Friends of Israel flyer, there was no march, rally, or campus outrage.
Like I said, I'm surprised people don't go, well, what about Black Lives Matter? Well, there's dictators in Africa. I don't get the fucking Palestinian, the Arabs are third world. Fucking the Arabs want to fucking squash Israel. I don't get it. I don't think I'm meant to get it either.
Perhaps more investigating than the lack of a response from progressive allies of anti-Israel activists are the responses from SJP itself when these acts occur. Often when SJP is documented to be responsible for anti-Semitic speech or actions, their responses can sound a lot like what happened after the result of the Jewish pro-Israel student at Temple when SJP realized a statement on Facebook denying allegations of anti-Semitism. SJP, Temple in particular, has Jewish members and allies in it, cherishes, and cannot risk alienating because of their sincere and valuable support for Palestine. SJP has collaborated with Jewish Voice for Peace on numerous instances in organizing protests for Gaza, among other events. The president of SJP Temple went on to explain to the student newspaper that the group couldn't be anti-Semitic because they had Jewish members. Using token Jewish members as a defense against allegations of anti-Semitism is not unique to Temple University. In fact, statements from SJP chapters at UC Berkeley, Pitzer College, and Tufts University, among many others, have used Jewish members and alliances with fringe anti-Israel Jewish organizations, such as Jewish Voice for Peace, to give the impression they cannot be anti-Semitic because they have Jewish allies. Ironically enough, this defense is itself an anti-Semitic microaggression. Fuckers. Bullshit word. I'd call it desperately digging for a defense for your anti-Semitism, but really.
Like I said, I'm not for Israel. I won't pretend to understand all the politics that go on in Israel and in the Middle East because that would take away too much of my life, and I don't have the time or patience. But I have to say, I'm not really for a lot of what Israel has to do or say or anything. But that doesn't make me anti-Semitic. That just, because I understand that my Jewish friends and whatever aren't fucking Israeli.
Mm.
Whether they're for it or not, I mean, we can debate it all we want.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if they're for Israel or against Israel or don't even know what Israel is. Eric, by the way, fuck. I have to tell you this story. It's off topic, but Eric, you know how that song, the British national anthem, that we kind of stole?
Mm.
He didn't know we stole it, and he was wondering why an Australian song would play "My Country 'Tis of Thee" at the end. And I was like, "Dude, it's the British national anthem." He's like, "I didn't know that." And I was just like, "No, public school, public school, fucking
Yeah.
moron, moron."
Fuck.
Everyone knows what that tune is. Except maybe Americans.
Statements such as "I'm not racist, I have Jewish friends" are just as much bullshit as statement as Jews. As statements as "I'm not racist, I have black friends."
I'm not racist. I have mostly non-white friends and have never dated a white woman and don't give a flying fuck.
My ex-wife is black. We have 2 kids I love dearly, even though I don't get to see them.
My girlfriend is black. My ex-girlfriend is black. My other ex was half Hispanic, half white. Yeah.
Yeah, these people are fucking idiots.
She was the last one.
The author of this article brings to light a lot of shit that's bullshit, but they're also lost in their own bullshit.
Yep. It was just kind of. I was about to say this is kind of funny that the one who's half Hispanic, she was the last one I dated from California.
Even in their apologies, SJP manages to propagate bullshit in the name of progressive values. While campus progressives righteously fight all forms of bigotry that exist on college campuses, their intersectional alliances with pro-Palestinian movements have mobilized them to regurgitate anti-Semitic rhetoric. If incidents of anti-Semitism at LGBT conventions and Black Lives Matter meetings should tell us anything, it's that SJP's blind spot for anti-Semitism has nested itself well within the progressive community. This has made Jews of all ages question their place within higher education. Jewish students and their parents are intensely apprehensive and insecure about this movement. Mark Yudof, the former president of the University of California system, told the New York Times, "I hear it all the time. Where can I send my kids that will be safe from them as Jews? Safe for them as Jews."
Safe from them. That'd be awesome.
I'm sorry, I'm so used to reading the anti-Semitism. These people read it blurred into something that you should be kind of sympathetic towards. Fuck.
You know what I feel like doing right now? Playing Sepultura's Roots about 12 times in a row, just because that album seems so nice in comparison to this.
Considering it's on the vomitous scale for me, and I agree.
Well, I hate the album. That was my point. I
9/10. Fuck. 2 more questions come to mind. If the progressives who have fought against racial injustice and bigotry for so long eventually become the ones who perpetuate it, who will remain to call them out?
Hi.
I will.
Hi. Yeah. Hello. This is Political Trendy Radio. Just saying.
Yes. At this rate, if anti-Semitism is normalized through the efforts of the rising progressive movements on campuses, what will the future look like for Jewish college students? For what you've described here, it already is normalized. You're a past disaster state. You have to fucking protest against this shit hardcore. Notify people so they can all say, what the fuck? And start bitching these people out hardcore. Because no, this is rampant anti-Semitism on the fucking same level as Hitler Youth. Fuck.
Yeah.
Despite her experiences at the Students of Color Conference, Ariel, a proud Iranian, American, and Jewish Zionist, sees a bright future for Jewish students in higher education and even within the progressive community. But she believes it's a future that needs to be fought for. Yes, fight. We are made to feel that their Jewish identities somehow disqualify them from inclusion into progressive spaces, despite the fact that for many of us, it is our Jewish values that drive us to join these spaces in spite of the negative experiences we have in them. We have become numb to the hateful rhetoric. We've built up a tolerance for the defamations of our character. We've given in to our mother's pleas to take off our Jewish stars. We've stomached the assumptions, and we've endured in silence. We are here to break the silence. Good. Fucking bitch these people out. Do it proper. We are here to put in the same painstaking GPA dropping, exhausting work of the students before us for the sake of students who will come after us.
Oh yeah, that's another reason why I didn't want to go to college. Too much fucking work.
Yeah. Bernstein, the student government representative at UC of Santa Cruz, accused of Jewish agenda, was just as resolute. I will not give up until the world knows that anti-Semitism is still very much a problem that each and every one of us are faced with every single day. As horrible as the situation, I am glad that this is finally coming to light, and perhaps we will finally be heard and change will come.
Probably not change, unfortunately, but who knows? I don't fucking know. I can't predict the future.
4 more paragraphs.
Just go.
When faced with racist events and structures, activists feel compelled to work to change the status quo. One method that students are increasingly taking to speak about on-campus anti-Semitism, particularly coming from anti-Israel groups and aligned progressive activists, is drafting student government resolutions condemning anti-Semitism. In
Keep going.
2015, 6 schools passed such statements, which include the State Department's definition that the demonization, delegitimization, delegitimization, and holding of double standards. Yes, that word. And holding of double standards towards Israel was also anti-Semitic. As the statement was passed at the University of Nevada, Reno noted in its preamble, whereas anti-Semitism is a growing trend on college campuses, whereas anti-Semitic actions are co-related with movements to boycott, divest, and sanction against Israel. Progressive outreach is also imperative. The issue is systemic, and so the resolution must also be systemic. This means making the progressive community understand the ramifications of anti-Semitic speech, engaging this audience through trips to Israel, visit to Holocaust museums, and even simply interacting with Jewish students can help change the narrative.
I don't think I'm going to Israel anytime soon.
Yeah. To be a social justice activist is to speak up against injustice despite popular opinion, and to be silent is to be complicit in acts of hate.
My only worry about this is that what if now, whenever someone says they're anti-Israel, they automatically think they're anti-Semitic. That's my only fear. Is
Trust me, that's
shit
also
goes both.
part
Shit
of the
goes both. What?
You can see it's already part of the belief that being anti-Israel is anti-Semitic here,
I mean, shit
because
goes
that's
both
how the
ways.
fucking article's reading.
Yeah. Whereas I mean, I'm not anti-Israel, but I'm anti the government of Israel because
They gone
fuck.
fucked up too much,
Yeah.
and then fucking Palestinians fuck up too much, and all those people caught in the
Yeah.
middle on both sides. It's all fucked up.
I'm not pro-Palestine by any means. I'm
Yeah.
not pro any government.
Yeah. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, a time comes when silence is betrayal.
No, say it right. That time comes.
When silence is betrayal.
Yeah, you have to do that like Southern Methodist,
Yeah.
I have a dream where I was walking in the park and a kangaroo hopped out and I rode it to the North Pole. That was my dream.
Ariel will not remain silent. She said she wanted to share her story so that students, Jewish or Gentile, will realize the magnitude of the issue and speak out against anti-Semitism, just like they would for any other form of hatred or bigotry. I share my story, she told me, not for the sake of gaining your sympathy. I don't need it. But for the sake of inspiring those who have also been subjected to anti-Semitism and other forms of identity-based hatred, and empowering them to define their experiences instead of allowing their experiences to define them.
I don't identify as anything and people still hate me. So, well, I guess a metalhead and a punk and, but still, that's, people still hate me even though I don't, if you ask me if I'm white, I would say I have fair skin.
Okay.
Fuck you. What?
Fuck yes. Fuck
Oh
yes.
my god, are we done? Are we done with that?
Dun 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 dun. From KHQ Q6 News. Idaho hiking trail reopens following aggressive goat problem.
Go, goaties!
Clark Fork, Idaho. The U.S. Forest Service reopened the northern Idaho hiking trail Saturday after deciding aggressive mountain goats that had grown accustomed to human handouts and even becoming demanding had time to find other sources of food.
That's awesome. That's
Great.
awesome. I love goats. They're smart.
Fuck you. It's fuck you. I know where the food is. You got it, human. No, I don't. I don't care. Give it to me. I'll eat you.
Goats are smart.
The agency closed Scotchman Peak Trail last fall after a goat in June bit a hiker and others tried to headbutt hikers in an attempt to obtain human food.
Well, you know what? I'm not sympathetic to the hikers. Give the goat some food.
Exactly. The trail leads to the 7,000-foot summit of Bonner County. I always said Bonner, but it's Bonner. Bonner County's tallest mountain. The Forest Service says hikers had been offering food to the goats and even allowing them to eat from their hands. Good. The agency says visitors must practice good goat etiquette and avoid feeding goats so the trail can remain open, and should educate others if bad goat etiquette is witnessed.
No, I'm going to feed a goat, and if you don't like it, well, I'll pull down my pants and you can just go to town on that little thing.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Just perfect. That you really want them to go down on your little thing?
Not the goats. If the humans don't like it, they could suck my dick.
From News Channel 7, WJHG. Caryville woman believes her goats are being sexually assaulted.
Poor goats. It's never fun to be a goat who's being sexually assaulted.
I know.
What the fuck? Oh, thank you. We'll do a couple more stories and then we'll end and listen to music.
Yeah. Sharon Cruz Pacina said she bought goats for milk 5 years ago because her husband is lactose intolerant and is not affected by goat milk. She never thought she'd have to deal with what she's faced recently. No one did. Please leave my goats alone. Please repent. Please turn yourself in. A desperate plea from Sharon, a Caryville resident, who said since last summer, a man has been sexually assaulting 3 of her goats. He's been attacking them and raping them. I'm not jumping to conclusions. Last April, Cruz was housing her goats about a mile away from her home when a neighbor spotted and identified a man lingering in the area. Cruz said that the same man was charged in 2014 with engaging in sexual activity with an animal. Oh, God. This can only end well.
Jim, we keep telling you not to fuck goats, and you don't listen, son.
Oops. There's numerous people within the 2 miles of this guy's home who've had problems of him attacking their goats, she said. Cruz said she has evidence the goats have been assaulted in the form of photographs and barbed wire in their pens. I've had the officers out here a few times. I just didn't call again because I didn't think like they were taking me serious. When News Channel 7 reached out to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, they confirmed the investigation with this statement. Washington County Sheriff's Office has received a complaint from this Sharon. This is an open case at this time. We are investigating this case as diligently and as thoroughly as we would any criminal investigation. Cruz said she's trying to catch the suspect.
Can I also just say, if you have goats and don't, keep them, at your house and pet them and shit, you're no friend of mine. That's
Okay.
that's just my.
We've been trying to catch him on video, but he seems very elusive, she explained. In September, Sharon had a rape kit done for one of the goats. She's currently waiting on the DNA results. Cruz hopes the sheriff's office catches the suspect before he does more damage. He's not normal. He needs help, and the law needs to arrest him and get him the help he needs.
Off topic, but the more I read about like goats and how they act or whatever, the more I want one. At least one, maybe 2, but at least one in a dog or whatever. It's just the more that I read about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I want one.
Exactly. In Florida.
Oh, cool.
In Florida. So this is the adventures of Florida man here. In Florida, a bill making sex with an animal is a felony. No, a bill making sex with an animal, a felony, failed in 2008.
Well, I think it was in Wisconsin. There were these people who would drive up to, basically, they would look in the papers for funeral announcements, and they would, dig up the corpse and fuck it, until they finally made sex with the corpse illegal in like 2007 or so.
Fuck. Lawmakers finally passed a bill making it a misdemeanor in 2011, but it took them at least 3 tries to make it law.
It's because of the fucking rednecks, man. If I can't have sex with my animals, how am I going to spend time with my wife? She's a horse.
Fuck. Oh, God.
Fuck.
Oh, man.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, here we go. Vermin Supreme places 4th in New Hampshire primary.
Go him. Her, it, whatever.
Him. It's an old guy with a whacked up beard. He dresses all crazy and he wears a boot on his head.
I'd vote for him.
The big news Tuesday night was that Bernie Sanders handily defeated Hillary in New Hampshire's Democratic primary. The even bigger news is this. Vermin Supreme of the Pony Party placed 4th with 257 votes.
Awesome. So, I don't like any of these candidates. Fuck them.
That's out of 9 candidates. 4th out of 9. Very good.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
If I come 4th out of 9, fuck, I consider that a victory.
However, if you discount Martin O'Malley, who'd already dropped out of the race, Supreme actually comes in 3rd after Bernie and Hillary, respectively. That's fucking great. So
I want Vermin to beat Hillary in something. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh God, yes.
Look who you're being trounced by.
Yes, it's time to leave politics.
Maybe leave this existence too.
Not a bad showing for a guy who wears a rubber boot on his head and carries around a giant toothbrush.
I like him.
And it wasn't just no names who the man who has promised every American a free pony, which he doesn't which he will not raise taxes for simply because the ponies are free.
I don't know if I want to. I'd rather have a free goat, but okay.
We'll see if we could trade it in.
Yeah.
He swept aside in his run up for the polls. If you compare Supreme's showing to several big-name candidates across the aisle in the Republican field, he beats them too, outscoring both Mike Huckabee and Rick Santorum.
Yeah, but I could outscore Mike Huckabee and Rick Santorum.
Of course, since they're comprised only of actual American voters, the results fail to take on Gilmore's deep well of support abroad. I'm speaking, of course, the Britain for Gilmore Twitter account and its 9 followers has hashtag Vermentum. Yes, I will support this hashtag. Sweeps New Hampshire and begins to seep into the nation at large. It seems that Supreme's shoe leather campaign tactics, harassing Ted Cruz with a megaphone, and beginning to bear fruit.
Good going, man. 9 followers for Gilmore. I like that.
Yes, he needs more. Go support him. He is worth it because he wants dental hygiene. That ranks up there. Free ponies, that's up there. And there was something else he wants to do that is just fucking awesome, and I support that too.
Yes.
I forget what it is at the moment.
Vote for Vermin.
Mm-hmm. Vermin Supreme.
I had a Vermin Supreme last night. It was a good meal. Fuck. Thank you for giving me some fun posts.
Yeah. We're not getting anything else. Because most of these are fucking headache. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Well, let's see if you can find something something else that's fun. If not, then we can just end it.
Let's just end it because my brain doesn't want to find anything more fun. These are all things I saved during the week.
There's always Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've suffered through not that we have any viewers live, but if you're listening to this, you've suffered through the trials and tribulations of Political Trendy Radio episode 64 for the 15th/16th of February 2016. This has actually been fucking painful.
Understatement.
Yeah. You can email the show at ellindamood@gmail.com, facebook.com/politicaltrendyradio, Twitter's at ptradio666, and at Vermentum for Mr. Vermin Supreme. For the gym and for the voices in my head telling me to kill, my name is Elliot Lindemood. So long, and Heil Satanic War Master.
Yes, Satanic War Master. Go listen now. They have a couple with Archgoat. So, yeah.
Yay, Archgoat rules and goats
They
rule.
will be listening to this afterwards. And don't sodomize the goats.
Don't sodomize goats, people. But
You can
sodomize
let
the
them
goats.
sodomize you.
Yeah.
Just don't sodomize them.
And feed the goats.
Yes.
And by the way, one more thing. Sodomize the goat monkeys.
Yes.